Good morning. Good day. Good evening for some of you. All right, let's figure out what's going on. Oh, hey, here's a quote. Did that work? Yeah, it's clickable. That's all I wanted. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to set up another straw poll. I should have list of straw polls going on. And part of this list is that thing that hey, Mr. Banks. This one, yeah, that. Okay, so let me write all these things down. I don't really need that to. Oh wait, that was the one I already had here. Okay, so collecting items in Botland. That's this. There is the one about, and I'm not necessarily gonna even run this one again. I just wanted to see it. So this is playing a game with Adam, Minecraft versus Terraria. And I guess I should keep track of the results right now. It was what, 5 Minecraft, 4 Terraria, 2 either. 5 Minecraft, 4 Terraria, 2 either, and 4 neither. Okay, and then I wanted to make another straw poll, which I might make today. Maybe I'll just make it now. Say update today here. Okay, this is a more generic one. Forgot to add Daisy. They had to be games that I own or that I at least want to play. Been a while. What have I missed the last 3 weeks? Really just DevOps stuff, Mr. Banks. So it's all been the back end of Botland. And yeah, if you watch today, you'll see pretty much a good summary of what you missed the last 3 weeks in just what I'm doing today. So for the 100-day celebration, which would you prefer? Adam plays a game. I'll just say this. Or being able to join in on a game. So I wanted to just know, I don't know if there's some other option in this poll I should have. But basically, there are going to be some number of people who watch me from work or want to participate later. So yeah, I'll just write this down here. This is for the people who watch me at work or want to take part in this celebration after the fact. And this is for the people who own the game, who own whatever game I play. I want co-op Tetris. Do I need to cancel my movie tickets? No. And then the only question here is, I don't know when I would do this. Probably on a Saturday. So I think I'll create this poll. Yeah, and then I'll put this one up here too. So watch Adam play or play with Adam. Okay, and I'll paste that into chat. And by the way, watching me play a game. So the reason, this is just very high level poll. If you chose to watch me play a game, the games I would want to play are like Rogue Legacy, Castlevania. Well, one of the Castlevanias, I don't know what. I don't know, some Super Nintendo game. They're like things like that where I want to get it done in a day and I want to just have fun doing it and see what it's like to be a normal Twitch streamer. Hearthstone stream, yeah, Hearthstone could be one of those games, but I don't think people would choose that, given that I would. Well, I shouldn't say what I think people do. Okay, yeah. Anyway, just something. I wanna make sure that I'm doing stuff that people like to see, and yeah. If you go with Minecraft, let me know. I have a bunch of free server credit. Yeah, and oh man, so the way I look at this is, if I were to go with Minecraft, this is not the kind of thing I'd continue to do after a while. Like, I might drop in or something like that, but Minecraft is the kind of game where I feel like you build, well, you do literally build a world, but you do the world building of other games. So when you play World of Warcraft, you're still doing world building, just not literally, where you meet people and you kind of come up with a story. Well, in Minecraft, I think every server ends up turning into like, we've got a whole section devoted to medieval castles, and we've got a whole section devoted to this, and then here's our flower farms and whatever else. And I'm like, I just wanna mindlessly dig into the earth, maybe for a day, and then stop. So we'll see how that works. We'll see. Okay, do I have any outstanding code? I do. And that must mean I put it where I left off here. So I've got to do this stuff. I don't know if I tested it. We should do a survival competition for a day. Survival competition, what is that? Is that a mod? Because I think for me, the most fun way to play, since it's something that I'm doing with the viewers, would be something cooperative. I don't know. I gotta look at all this. Hey, clone. Welcome back. Okay, well, I'll link this straw poll throughout the day, which, by the way, what have people said so far? Yeah, it's a pretty even split. Well, it's also only 4 votes. I think it'd be easier for me to do this. There's nothing to coordinate. There's no servers to rely on. Minecraft, you can do creative or survival, so like teams of people like UHC. What is UHC? Oh, United Healthcare. Oh, right. Like, you got to pay money and get insurance. And okay, yeah. I think that's a different take on Minecraft. Do I need a shared Rust client? So also I need to figure out today. Adam is continuing to work on the matchmaker today. Yeah, it's pretty much true. So I guess let's just say that this is, oh, it's March 1st. Happy March, everybody. Minecraft, the Canadian version. What is Minecraft UHC? What is this? Ultra hardcore. Oh. That's interesting. Wait, so where are the... You can only heal using golden apples, golden heads? I don't even know what those are. Health potions. Wait. Well, I'm assuming monsters can break through walls or something? Otherwise, couldn't you just wall yourself in and be invincible the entire game? Oh, or is there some other goal, like you have to collect diamond or something? I don't understand how you don't just wall yourself in here. Maybe there's some set of rules that I'm missing. You should build your new PC on stream. Yeah, I could do that. I don't know if I want to, because I might seem like a total moron, which I guess is what you watch anyway. Oh, it's like a tournament. Oh. So you need to kill each other. Okay, never mind. That makes sense then. Okay. Because I was going to say otherwise... Yeah, and if you just wall yourself in, I guess you're starving to death. That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. I don't know. I'll keep putting this straw poll in throughout the day. In fact, maybe I should change the notice that I have, or just paste this in. Yeah, so this is the one. Wall yourself in until it's you and the other dude left. Well, I guess if you have enough food, you can do that. So yeah, I'm going to keep pasting this straw poll in throughout the day. Please vote on that. Okay, where I left off. Handle the to-do items and endpoint monitor. This is mostly around promoting matchmakers. Also, I should connect to my laptop. This thing is on. Is that not the IP address anymore? Okay, let me go find the IP address of this thing. I could just walk over to the laptop and query it that way, but we're programmers. We don't do that. We don't use our legs when we can use our fingers. When I run somewhere, I walk on my fingers. Okay, attached devices. So let's see what we have here. 192.168.1 dot. It says please wait a moment. I don't think I can type please wait a moment in here. Delta 25. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's what we'll use. Perfect. Put this over here. Nice. Oh yeah, and I wrote down a little thing here. 60% RAM. Yeah, it's still using a lot of RAM. At least the disk has gone down. That's not bad. Oh, thanks for the follow, Lalski. If this keeps going on, are you going to give your stream tag? Just hand it over with a ceremonial key. Okay, everything's up and running. The IP addresses might have changed. I hope they didn't. Alright, let's take a look. So handle to-do items. This is mostly around promoting matchmakers, then tested on AWS. So what do we have here? Version number, master state, convert to string, to string. Okay, that looks good. I'm happy with that. What about this? Matchmaker failed health check and promote secondary matchmaker. Thanks for the host, Echo. By the way, what'd you guys think of Chronic Sauce? I never actually asked you what you think of the person I hosted the night before. I don't know if you typically even watch them or not, but I'm curious. I don't get to watch for very long when I do that, because the reason I'm hosting someone is because I've worked for 8 hours, and that means I'm usually ready to get away from my computer. This is called when a matchmaker fails its health check. Alright, the endpoint here is the matchmaker endpoint. Doesn't return anything. And yeah, that's fine. Okay. This will promote this secondary matchmaker, if it exists, to master. Now here's the issue. If it doesn't exist, what do we want to do here? Because in some cases, that's a fatal error. I guess afterward it should check to see if it knows of a master or a secondary. So here, where is this? Here it would know. An endpoint already exists with this address. You should host someone on Thursdays when you're not streaming. I never thought about that actually. Huh. Yeah, I never thought about that. I wonder, I wouldn't really have many viewers, and the person would need to be online at the time. I'll have to consider that at least. Consider hosting someone on Thursdays when I'm not streaming. Okay, so here an endpoint exists. Matchmaker registers itself as the master. It crashes, is restarted, registers itself here again. We determine that it already existed, so we know that it crashed. This means that we may have to promote a secondary if we have one to master. Oh, even if we think we're the secondary though? No, that's not, no, this is wrong. This is totally wrong. This is only if the existing endpoint was the master. Oh wow, good thing I realized that. So if existing endpoint with address dot get master state equals master state dot master, then if it was the secondary that reconnected, well, this is what we want to do. Promote secondary matchmaker. We should probably demote this first. Is there a better way of doing this? I have a Minecraft server I could host for you as well. I set it up for my daughter and she never plays on it. Okay, I'll write this down. If I go the Minecraft route, echo, and everyone said they could provide a server. Prov die. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to leave this poll open. I would imagine most people might actually vote for this. And if so, then it's a vote. I mean, then it's a vote of what game at that point. And I'll write that down. If watching Adam wins, then come up with a game list. It should be actually, I could use Wrath's account, Wrath's Steam account. Mike, you sound not too thrilled about Minecraft. I like Minecraft as a drop-in once every year or two kind of game. See what's changed. It's always like massively more complex than it used to be. I think enchanting was added when I played last, and that's a super confusing system, and something else. Okay, so where do we have this? Promote secondary matchmaker. If at the end of this we don't have a master, then we are in bad shape. So that's why I think I should demote the master first. Or, I don't know. Okay, let me think of what's happening here. So, scenario number one, normal failover. So, matchmaker number one is running as master. Matchmaker number two is running as secondary. Matchmaker number one fails. So then promote secondary matchmaker is called. Matchmaker number two becomes the master. Great. That's pretty straightforward. Now, scenario number two. Scenario number two is something that I'm not sure if this could ever really happen. Register is called, it's this, register, it crashes, it's restarted by PM2, registers itself again here. Whoops. That didn't work. There we go. There for you. Banish is kind of fun for those who like complicated games that provide little to no instruction or direction. Like, seriously, no info on why are things... What is that? Can you send me a link, Echo? And Chimera says, hey, what kind of bot do you program? I'm actually coding a game called Botland. So this happens every once in a while. Someone joins the chat and says, hey, what bot are you making? But it's that you'll make the bots and that I'm making the game for you to make them. So you can check out that video there. It's an online strategy game. So Matchmaker 1 registers itself. Okay, so Matchmaker 1 is running as a master. I think that's all I need to say. And then it crashes and it's restarted. So then it registers itself again with the overseer. We determine that it already existed, so we know that it must have crashed. This means that we may have to promote a secondary if we have one to master. Yeah, so here's where if promote secondary matchmaker is called, then we'll see that we already have a master matchmaker and we could bail out of it, and that's probably not good. If we demote the master first, then then we may end up promoting that same matchmaker, which is bad because it won't have any of the state. So maybe we just, oh, and hey Captain, thanks for following. Either we promote secondary matchmaker without checking to see if we have a master at the beginning, or no, that's a bad idea. Or we put matchmaker number 1 into a temporary state where it doesn't exist in the endpoint monitor. That way it can't be promoted. That's not a bad idea. It's just it's kind of weird. So if it's the master, the pseudocode in that case would look like this. Temporarily remove existing endpoint from this class. So 1, temporarily remove. 2, call promote secondary. And then 3, add existing endpoint back in. Wait, that's not so bad, because we added an endpoint down here anyway. Yeah, I think we would just stop tracking it. Okay. This is a case that's going to get hit so infrequently. I need to turn off health checks for this to happen. Also, when something fails a health check, I need to stop tracking it by this. Okay, so when a health check is failed, make sure to stop tracking that endpoint by the endpoint monitor. Okay. Okay, well, we have add endpoint. We don't have remove endpoint. So I guess let's do that. Remove endpoint. Here we store things by host address and by type. So I guess we need both of these things. And then we can just delete these. Delete. And then I could say that we deleted it. Deleting, removing endpoint from our data structures. Where else do I use the word structures in this file? Oh, interesting. Okay, there, that's it. So then this should be called here. This dot remove endpoint, existing endpoint with address. And I should write down why we do this. Actually, we would do this regardless, wouldn't we? If the secondary is running and it registers itself, it has no more information on it. So yeah, I think we remove this regardless. No matter what. Actually, scenario. So it doesn't matter whether it's the, actually, I'll say this. A matchmaker registers itself here. Doesn't matter master versus secondary. So then that matchmaker crashes. It gets restarted by PM2. That matchmaker registers, I should say that here. That matchmaker registers itself again. We determine that it already existed, so we know that it must have crashed, but I guess before our health check triggered. That's what's kind of strange about this. This means that we may have to promote a secondary if we have one to master. So this means that and then the first thing we do is remove the existing endpoint so that we don't end up promoting it to master. And also because we'll add it again below in this function. Okay, great. So remove it, and then if it was the master, then promote secondary. We actually want to call this regardless, I think. Yeah. Tell the master that it's the secondary. This should be done automatically below if we promote it. Yeah, this should be done automatically now. So we're going to do this. We're going to see if we have a master endpoint, and we will see that we have one. And then we will tell this one that it's the secondary. Yeah, so that works. That works pretty well, actually. I think this is a good solution. So I can close this out. Actually, I shouldn't do that yet. This will promote a secondary matchmaker if it exists to master. So let's check to see if we already have a master endpoint. Yeah. So master endpoint is this. If util.exists master endpoint, logger.info promote secondary to master was called, but we already have a master endpoint. Cool. Oh, and then return. Whew. Can't forget that. Okay, so then promote was called, and we do not already have a master endpoint. Okay. In here, so check if we have a secondary matchmaker so that we can promote it to master. Also, type is not defined anywhere. That was stupid. This function never would have worked. I've got to take it from here. And this could be written into a generic function later, but I won't worry about that for right now. Okay, then we get so don't already have a master endpoint. Then here we have a failover matchmaker running on failover address, promoting the matchmaker, promoting master. Okay, so our failover is secondary endpoint, promoting that to master. So we update this, then we tell it that it's been promoted, we update it here too. So we'd have to say something like secondary endpoint dot promote to master, and then in endpoint.js we write this down, promote to master, this dot master state equals master state dot master, promote this endpoint to master. Then yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff to do. And then we don't have a failover matchmaker running, so we don't have a master matchmaker at all. This is like a huge cause for alarm. Let's see. If we already had one, then we return. And if we don't have one, then we try to find a secondary. So we don't have a failover matchmaker running, so we are now screwed. We don't. Oh, wait. What happens? Oh, so then there's another scenario here. Scenario number 3. Matchmaker number 1 is running as master. Matchmaker number 1 crashes. Number 1 is restarted. Matchmaker number 1 registers itself again with the overseer. Oh no, maybe this is covered down here. Do I call update DNS? Yeah. Did you fix the GitHub problem? Yeah, it wasn't really a GitHub problem, but yeah, I did fix it. It turns out that I'm just going to be using branches and push those and then change how I merge so that it looks kind of like what I want. I don't know if it's the perfect solution, but it's definitely the most straightforward one as far as what someone might expect if they were to start working on Botland. Okay, so yeah, this registers itself again with the overseer. Overseer removes it. It'll later figure out that it's the master then. So there was nothing to promote to master. If we no longer have, so if we no longer have any matchmaker endpoints, then we are in really bad shape here. But there's nothing that this thing could do short of emailing me. There are a couple of cases where this could get called. One is here. Matchmaker failed health check. And if we don't have anything else here, then we've run into a big problem, definitely. Do you use Node and Socket.io? Yeah, I do. Hey, Red as a tortoise. Okay, so maybe there should be a Boolean specified here of whether another one started up, or maybe register follows. I'm not sure what best to do here. What is best to do here? Okay, so in this case, matchmaker number 1 will end up being the master again, and there won't be a problem. We need to tell promote secondary matchmaker about this case. Raise alarm if no master. So we don't have a fail, so there was nothing to promote to master. If raise alarm with no master, to do, send out an email or something. Logger.error. So we have no matchmakers running. This is really bad. And then we only want to specify that this is true if, well, there's only one case really, and that's here. Or, whoops, no, this should be true by default. Date format from DevOps is month, day, year. Yeah, it is. So I'm thinking it'll be about until June. I don't actually think it's going to take that long. I should change that. There is a lot of stuff to do, but well, we'll find out how long it takes. Then I'll update that. All right, time to sit down. Time to get serious. The gloves are coming off. No, yeah, not 4 days. You know, I've been saying the whole month, day, year thing, people have wanted me to change this. Maybe I should just start doing something like June 2nd, 2016. That way you can't possibly get this confused, and I don't need to do something like this, which I think is still possibly confusing. Okay. So we say param boolean raise alarm. Whoa. Raise alarm if no master. If true, this means that you called this function from a place where you don't expect it should be an ignore function, I think. Raise alarm if no master. No, this should be set to false, and then this should be set to true, and then we should change this to ignore no master scenario. So if true, this means that you call this function from a place where a matchmaker just started up, just restarted. So it may end up being the master. That's not clear at all. I want to make this clearer. Coop says, anyone willing to whisper help me out? Oh, I have function nested inside another function. I can't access reference the function in Mocha. So, Coops, depending on how, if you have function foo, and you say function bar inside of here, or rather something like bar equals function, console.log hi. So you can call bar from inside of here. Actually, you need to say var bar, I guess. This is just a scoping issue, it sounds like. You could either make this a global explicitly by doing something like this. So you can make it bar, and now bar would be callable outside of here. You could return that function, return bar. Or you could not nest the functions, I guess. What time is it there? It's 9:31 in the morning. Okay, so if true, this means that you called this function from a place where a matchmaker just restarted. So if we don't end up with a master by the end of this, then the new one could end up being the master. I think I need to combine the startup flows for this thing. So if true, this means that you called this function from a place where a matchmaker just restarted. So if we don't end up with a master by the end of this, then the new one could end up being a master. Meaning there's no real issue if we hit the end of this function and seemingly have no matchmakers whatsoever. Yeah, most of the time you'll specify false for this value. Well, at least that's clear, although it is verbose. We have no matchmakers running at all. Okay, what happens down here? So we have promote secondary matchmaker, true. Here, I think there's a master endpoint that is different from this endpoint. Then the new endpoint is master. What else does promoting involve? Updating DNS, and I guess telling it that it's the master. That's pretty much it. And then telling everything else that it's the master as well, actually. Yeah. So I need a better way of doing this. Maybe like a... what do I call this? Matchmaker just became master. Endpoint. This is a stupid way of doing this. I'm gonna refactor this at the end. I just kind of want to throw all this together. So this, I would say, this dot matchmaker just became master. Secondary endpoint, and that's when we do this. Well, really everything in here. Promotion is a little bit different, actually. If a secondary becomes the master, it needs to be told about it. It can't just know it itself. Whereas on registration, it would know. I'll need to think about this. Yeah, I'll put this here. So failover address, const, host address, endpoint.get host address, good, and good. Okay, so then this would need to be called down here as well. If, oh, that only happens on AWS. And what does this thing do? Yeah, so if it's not AWS, then we just say logger.info would have set updated DNS for endpoint, but we're running locally. And then call promote to master. All right, good. So then update this thing is here. So this dot just became, is this Java? No, this is JavaScript. They are actually very different languages despite having Java in both of the names. Okay, and this only ever happens update DNS. So at his knees, no, not, that didn't happen. Okay, so we don't need to wait for this to finish before responding. We'll get rid of these things. Okay, we don't need to wait for this to finish before responding to the client because no traffic will make it to the client until DNS is finished updating. So we don't need to wait for this to finish before telling the matchmaker endpoint that it's before communicating with the matchmaker endpoint, because traffic will only make it to that endpoint when DNS is finished updating, so there's nothing to worry about. Man. Yeah, I don't know. Also, this, I should just get rid of this response JSON. Just put this like this. Okay, so let me look at the flow for this. This is the one weird case. That means the endpoint crashed and has restarted. We need to see if we have a secondary in that case so that we can promote them. Actually, so a matchmaker registers itself here. That matchmaker crashes. Matchmaker registers itself again here. We determined that it already existed, so we know that it must have crashed before our health check triggered. Before our health check failed. This means that we may have to promote a secondary if we have one to master. If not, that's okay. This endpoint will become the master. First thing we do is remove the existing endpoint so that we don't end up promoting it to master, and also because we'll add it again below in this function. Cool. So I don't think we need this. Great. Put another space here. If there's a master endpoint that's different from this endpoint, that's not even. Yeah. Okay, good. Set it to master by default. And if the master endpoint exists, set it to secondary. Good, make it, add it. And if it's master, then say that just became master. Great. Okay, so that's good. I like that. This just updates DNS and then set its master state correctly. And then tell any other endpoints that it was promoted, well, that it became the master. And if it was already the master, I guess we do nothing. But that shouldn't be possible. I'll just write a note, and if endpoint.getMasterState equals logger.warn, I think it's warn, log interface. Yeah, it's warn. Do I map it to anything? Oh yeah, there it is. Warn. Got it. Okay, so logger.warn. And do I have this in regular node? Console.warn hi? Yes. Great. So warn endpoint is already the master, but matchmaker just became master was called. All right. Yeah. Cool. So what are the remaining to-do items in this file? To-do review. So it's these. Handle failure based on the type of endpoint. It's actually already done. Eventually send an email out about this. Send an email. Yeah, those things I can't really do yet. In fact, maybe I should stub this out. Send email. Text. Or I'll say critical error. For critical errors, this function should eventually send an email out or something that results in manual intervention here. So text is the warning text, I guess, the error text. And maybe a stack trace would be interesting too. Yeah, const stack equals new error dot stack. So logger dot error, critical error text. All right. So then all these things that I said, eventually send an email out about this. We'll just change this to critical error. And I'll just write this here, to do eventually send an email out. Actually, I'll put this here. All right, good. So there's one other place where this happens, and it is here. Let's to-do review this again. There. So tell secondary endpoint that it's been promoted. And this update DNS thing doesn't need to be there. And this doesn't need to be here. Tell that it's been promoted. That is not something I can do yet. Wait, what plugin was that? Well, it's a deprecated plugin, so if you want to get this, head on over to github.com/. Actually, never mind. I shouldn't type the full link. Alright, so to do, tell any other endpoints the secondary endpoint is promoted. Well, this is going to be a hoot. So we need to tell this thing that's been promoted. That means we need so, whoa, what? The help thing can link to Twitter? Interesting. We need to go to the matchmaker's REST server, and we need to set up a route that says something like /promoted /promote promote to master. And rest.send 200. So this is called by the overseer when this endpoint gets promoted to the master. To be the master? Promoted to master? I'll say promoted to master. Okay, and it doesn't actually do anything yet, so it just does that function for now. And on here we'll write down fill out all of the stub functions in matchmakers REST server.js. Yeah, great. So then this can be done over here. Tell secondary endpoint that it's been promoted. We can communicate with this somehow, and I don't remember how. So let's go take a look at what I did. REST client. That's how. Check health of endpoint. So we just want to do this. So tell the secondary endpoint that it's been promoted. This only needs to happen here, I think. So we can say REST client promote endpoint. endpoint.getRest URL. Logger.info. Secondary endpoint. Oh, this needs to change. Secondary endpoint has acknowledged that it is the master. And here, then here would have failed. We don't do anything. Don't do anything here. A health check will likely fail if we didn't get a response from this simple function. I guess log an error is still a good idea. So error promoting secondary endpoint error. Okay, so then this is good. This function doesn't exist, so we just write that. Server URL, and we do pretty much this exact same thing. It's going to be a post though, and it's not going to be health, it's going to be promote. So we just post to that. Do we even need a timeout? I guess probably everything in this class should have a timeout. Well, there will be health checks done. I'll just say this dot normal request timeout. There's no real reason to set timeouts for normal requests because health checks will always be the limiting factor. But it's a thing that we can have, so let's use it. Maybe you should use software like Graylog for logging aggregation. Yeah, I'm going to look into logging aggregation later. Hey, Lewis. Good evening. Or at least I think it's evening for you, based on what you always say when you join the chat. This will promote the given endpoint to master. This is the URL. I didn't write this up there for some reason. The endpoint's URL. We should probably just pass in the endpoint here. I don't know why we wouldn't do that. We have endpoint. Endpoint has get rest URL. Yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. I think we just pass in the endpoint. Yeah, that's a better idea. Endpoint, the endpoint. I don't think it's worth writing. Endpoints const server URL equals endpoint.get server URL. So then I want to do this in another area too. Hey, Bo. I don't think I've seen you here before. Yep, it's UK here. I read that backwards, and it was funnier with the way I said it. You look at your wrist and you say, oh yeah, I'm in the UK. Huh. Promote endpoint. So then this is good. We don't actually even need this really. We can just say this here. And that means that we can do this up here too. So this turns into endpoint. Server URL is not needed. We copy paste this up to here. I just found your stream, liking it so far. Well, cool. Cool. And by the way, there's some polls that have been running. I don't know. I am almost at 100 days of Botland streaming. So I've been putting out this poll here. And thanks for following, Bo. Let's see what people have been saying. Okay. There's someone who voted here who's probably like, I want to watch him speedrun a game. I don't care if he's slow. I don't care if he finishes Super Metroid in 8 hours. Maybe I can make a new genre of Twitch category called slow running. Where the whole point is that you have to get the game done in one stream, but take as long as possible while still seeming like you're just incapable. That would be so terrible to watch. I'm a genius. It's time to ship it. Tell Twitch about this, everybody. What was I even working on? This is why I shouldn't ever say anything other than talk about my code. So promote endpoint was the secondary endpoint, great. But then there was also, I modified this, check health of endpoint. Bind to the endpoint itself. I mean, the other thing is I could do both. There are this is why I think diets don't work for most people, because there's always a cause for celebration, right? You go out and, oh hey, someone just graduated, let's go celebrate that, and then no, these people got married, and you're always breaking your diet, right? So I think if I wanted, I could make another celebration at the 2,500 follower mark, and then a certain number of unique views, and then just arbitrary points. I think it'd be cool for us all to play Botland with a working matchmaker. So that's going to happen regardless. That shouldn't be a celebration of anything other than the work that was done. And that'll also probably take a decent amount of time. But yeah, I definitely plan on doing that. A few months from now, when all this stuff is kind of ready and working, there will probably be a day where I spend just 2 hours playing Botland. And I look forward to that day when I can do that. But alas, now is not that time. So check health of endpoint. Now we have an endpoint here and every other part. Okay, good. So I think this makes more sense. I think this is a better API for this. That way, if we ever wanted anything else about the endpoint, which I don't know what we would want, we at least have it. 100 by 100 grid Botland deathmatch. Oh, well, that was weird. I was holding my wrist like this, and I'm like, I don't wear a watch. What is that thing? But it's my microphone pop filter. Boop. Okay, what did I just say about not getting sidetracked? And then I'm talking about watches. So this is fine. Promoting it was what I just worked on here. So promote endpoint is this call. And I think this looks like spaghetti code right now, so I want to change this. I think I'll just write this on the to-do list. Refactor so that it's less spaghetti-like. Actually, Botland has the capability right now to make everything a free-for-all. Well, kind of. I don't think team scores could be displayed, but I could probably hack that together in a day. But still, we need. We'll see about that. We'll see. Getting somewhat close to 1K, yeah. You're at a week in one day. Wow. Good old Wouter. Hey, Darkstorm. Haven't seen you in forever. What? Can't just casually come back to the stream like that and not say hi. Welcome back. Alright, so there was one other to-do item here. Let's close out of these things. This I don't think I care about anymore. And let's do to-do review on open files. Alright, what is left? This. This is the last thing to do. We don't have any other endpoints yet. Oh, we do have another endpoint. It's the overseer. Yeah. So when a matchmaker is promoted, tell the other overseer about it. Who is Wouter again? I need to watch all the recaps to keep up with all the changes. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that's been done in the last couple weeks. It's all back end stuff. And I don't think I'm going to be doing recap videos the next few weeks. It's a bit of an overhead, and also it's hard to make DevOps entertaining for viewers. Who is Wouter? Get that sorted. Okay, so I think I can check this in, And then I think we need to test this out. So this looks fine. Jack is accepting traffic, internal only, looks good. This is also fine. Logger.error, health check failed. Yeah, so looking through all of this is going to be really important. So is there any way for me to zoom in on this? Can you guys even read this text? I never spend a whole lot of time on diffs, so I never asked you guys before this, but I don't know how to even increase the size of this. Apparently here. Okay, let's set this at least 1 higher. Did that even change anything? I don't think I noticed the difference. What if we just set it? No, that's not changing anything. I need to reopen this, I guess. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You need to reopen it. So then that's way too big. Let's set this back down to like 14. Readable for me? Okay. Okay, I think I can leave it like this. I think this should be fine. Wheelie. Good show. Okay, so check health of endpoint. When this thing fails, we're going to say that it failed the health check. Then we go down to here and we say that it's a matchmaker that failed. So then we go down to here and we say that if it was the master, then we need to promote another overseer or another matchmaker to master. So then, and then we have a critical error if it's actually not a critical error, it kind of is. Okay, so this will promote the secondary matchmaker if it exists to matchmaker, to master. God, I cannot say those words correctly. So we check to see if there's already a master. If there is, then we're set. We're done. Great. Which, this shouldn't happen, but it's okay if it does. Then we get the secondary, which also should exist. If that works, then we update DNS and we tell it that we've promoted it. And so when we tell it that we've promoted it, we should say, actually I might have already coded this. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay, I need to code this then. Do we have a logger here? No, we don't. Matchmaker main. So now we have a logger. And now, logger.info, the overseer just told us that we should be, the overseer just told us that we were promoted to master. Rejoice. Hey, Smooth Dog. Or Smooth Doge, I guess I should say, given what you called me. Does not getting a paycheck every other week affect your happiness? No. And I think it's important to say that my lifestyle hasn't changed a whole lot between when I was working and when I'm not working. And that's largely thanks to my wife. If it had, then yeah, it might affect my happiness. I know that I'm on a timeline for this. That's one of the things that indie games usually benefit from, is that you call all the shots. You don't have to work on a timeline or anything. But given that I'm not making money off of anything related to the stream or YouTube or Reddit or anything like that, then yeah, I have a deadline. Your wife is a date. Yes, Smooth Dog. I see. I have a friend of mine who will do something like that. He'll call me on the phone and he'll say something like that, like, "Hey, a dame, what's up?" And then he'll say, "Did you hear what I just said?" I said, "Yes." It's pretty hard to miss that. It's equally hard to miss it when it's text. So matchmaker just became master. Where is this? Where is this? Yeah, I didn't comment this apparently. This should be called when a matchmaker becomes the master. It will update DNS. It'll update DNS actually. That's pretty much all it does. And tell other endpoints that this about the promotion. Go back to pretend. I don't know why that's such a funny typo to me. Okay. Also, what are we up to on that straw poll? We're at 10 votes for watching me play a game and 6 votes for playing a game with me. Alright, where are we at? So, just became master and then tell it that it became the master. Maybe we... maybe we tell it beforehand? This would imply that a matchmaker shouldn't know whether it's the master or not. Or shouldn't really care, at least. Kinda should, though. Yeah, so... a matchmaker needs to know that it's the master so that it knows to replicate data to the secondary. In any of these cases, in any case where a matchmaker gets promoted, there could be data lost, but maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah. No, Wouter, I'm not playing that game. Orange Ray says, what did I miss? I don't think you missed anything. I think it's just normal chat banter. If I get a paycheckers, if I win paycheckers. Adam, what are you using for function documentation? DocBlock? So I'm using DocBlocker just for typing out comments, but then the comments just stay in code. I don't ever generate HTML or anything from that. Hey, Noob for lunch. How about Lethal League? No, the game has to be something that I own, or that is totally free. I don't know what Lethal League is, but I know I don't own it. And oh wait, maybe what you missed is this, Orange Ray. There's a poll that I was asking about. It was this. So we're coming up on 100 days. Would you rather watch me play a game or be able to join in on the game? So like this is if you're watching me from work, you're probably not going to be able to play a game. Although I might do this on a Saturday. I don't know. That might change votes. Man. This is pretty split. I don't know. I don't know what to do. And if it's even, I'm not going to do both. I don't have that kind of time, I think. Because I have to... both of these things are not Botland. So I at some point need to code Botland. What about Cities Skylines? I'll buy it for you. Where's the option? I watch you speedrun. No, I wouldn't... I don't want someone to have to buy me a game for this. Cities Skylines looks interesting, but I don't think it's the kind of game you get done in a day. And I think that the reason I'm asking at such a high level here about just would you rather watch or would you rather be able to join in on a game is just so I know how do I proceed from there. So if watching me wins, then I come up with a game list. And if being able to join in wins, then I guess I also come up with a game list, but the game list would be much smaller because it's got to be something that a lot of people can join. I was thinking of just saying, okay, that's it. We're playing Diablo 2. No votes. We're just playing this game. However far we get, that's how far we get, but that wouldn't be fun. Don't the two options come down to the same? No, I don't think so. So playing a game with me means you need to own the game. If you don't own the game, then you can't participate. I guess you'd still... oh, I see. You'd still be watching me play. I don't know how... yeah. Yeah, they're similar, I guess. Is this playing a game thing aside from that you're making that thing you're making takes 8 hours? Yeah, it is. So this would be an extra thing, just a bonus that I do. Don't you make him look at cat pictures all day? Yep. Okay, getting back to code. So yeah, there is a little bit of time when everything else knows you're the master, but you don't know you're the master, so you don't replicate it to anything else. Yeah. Okay. This should be called when the matchmaker becomes the master. tell the endpoint that it's now the master. It's possible that it gets traffic before this happens and doesn't know to replicate it to the secondary, but that ideally wouldn't be a problem because matchmaking data is relatively ephemeral. I should say short-lived here. Well, its relevance is short-lived. Add me on Steam. I'll give you nice TF2 cosmetics. I don't play TF2. I actually, at my last job, I hosted a LAN party for it, and there were a couple of people who were like, I practiced for this. I don't usually do something like that, and I'm not very good at first-person shooters. But there were a couple of people who were just stomping me, and it actually, something about TF2 that I didn't really like is that they were playing. I think it was the Demo Man. Oh God. TF2 ignorance. Whoever has the rocket launcher. No, it was the soldier. Yeah, they were playing a soldier, and they had the item that let them shoot, I think, 3 rockets in one clip. And I didn't have that item, and I wanted to try it out. Yeah, it was soldier. Okay, so I think that's good. Next, REST client. Good. Yeah, this is all fine. I needed, okay, so what do they even change here? So when a matchmaker fails, it's now told, the other one is told to be promoted to master, and, remove endpoint, I didn't comment that. Endpoint monitor, remove endpoint. The opposite of add endpoint. It removes the endpoint from our data structures. Okay, yeah, so everything has been commented there. So, yeah, how do I say this stuff then? When a matchmaker fails, many of the different reactions have been handled, e.g. telling the other matchmaker that it was promoted, telling that secondary matchmaker that it was promoted. Certain things are still not done, e.g. telling the other overseer about promotions. And there was some other to-do item in here, right? No, that's it. The other overseer is still not told about promotions yet. Okay, there. Suddenly, Adam is gifted every game on Steam. What else did I miss in chat? Well, we're still neck and neck with this poll. I don't know if I make a cutoff point or something. I don't know. What would happen if I did both? No, but I had big plans. Remember yesterday I was telling you guys that there was something I wanted to do that would take many, many hours for me to do, and that you guys would probably, well, hopefully like it, but that it would take me a lot of time. I wanted to do that for the 100 days. Maybe I saved that for something in the future. How many, let me look at some stats here. Actually, I don't need to do that. My bot can tell me that. Follows. So I have 1,759 follows. I did a celebration at 1,000 followers. I think I would do the next one at 2,500. And then, well, how many views do I have? Can you guys tell me that? Because I don't think I can see that right now. Anyway, I have some number of channel views. I think it was like 14K. Oh, 17, thanks. 17,288. Oh, these are actually only off by a factor of 10. So, yes, I know 2,000 is closer, Darkstorm. It'd be really rough on me if I was celebrating every single milestone. 1,000 followers, 1,500, 1,750. Okay, so here's the thing. So, watching versus playing a game is one potential thing I can do. The secret that I had planned is another potential thing. But then there's another secret that I have planned that's definitely going to happen that I also need to spend a bunch of time. So this would have been something like 4 to 6 hours of prep time. This one that I have planned is probably going to be about 4 hours of prep. Maybe less, maybe 2 to 4 hours of prep. And then watching versus playing a game is like 1 hour of prep. Just make sure the stream works. Well, this is something you guys are definitely going to see. This is something that you may not until later. I think I might have to hold off on this because 100 days is coming up. It's next week, and I don't think I have the time this weekend to do this. So maybe I'll probably hold off on this then. I'll do this for like 2,500 or something like that. I'm dying. And thank you for the follows, Akin and Eratus. You guys will get a whisper from Botlad. If you ever see my lights changing, it's because of followers. What were you saying about getting distracted? Hey, I just checked in. So when a health check has failed, make sure to stop tracking that endpoint by the endpoint monitor. Did I do this? Health check. Failed health check. I am not doing this. Check health of endpoint. Yeah, so I just need to do this dot remove endpoint. Hey, Olson. So that's done. Let's check this in. This is a really simple thing. When any endpoint fails a health check from the overseer, it will be removed from the overseer's endpoint monitor. Great. So the matchmaker's promoted, tell the other overseer about it. Now this is something that is what I was saying the other day. I could use main or I could use a pub sub. This is just an event. Something like new matchmaker is. I think a pub sub could make sense for this. Pub sub. So I would say something like this.pubsub.publish. This would happen from endpoint monitor. This.pubsub.publish matchmaker pubsub topics. What did I call this in Botland? Topics. Pubsub topics. Jake and Josh says, so what is it you're programming? I could never understand this stuff. It is Botland, which is what Noob for Lunch just linked in via Botland bot. So it's an online strategy game. What I'm coding right now is the back end of it, which is, I think, much more technical than the game itself. Yeah, this is where I do this. Okay. So pubsubtopics dot, what would I even say here? Endpoint monitor. But Jake and Josh, I'm happy to go into more detail if you'd like. I do suggest watching that video as a starting point. So when something gets promoted, I have a to-do item here that says tell any other endpoints that it was promoted. So I would say here, pub sub out that matchmaker promoted, and then I would probably pass along the endpoint. Then on server.js, I would say this dot pub sub dot subscribe pub sub topics dot matchmaker promoted. This dot foo dot bind this, and then foo would be taking an endpoint, and I guess I would tell other overseer about this. So the other overseer would need to keep track of this stuff too, which it needs to be a good failover for this. Jake and Josh says, so where can I play this game? You can play it. You can find out how to play here. HTTP bot.lands. Would be cool if the bot could tell you what botland day you fall on. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. And I guess that's something, there are services out there that tell you what date you followed on. So then we just need something that tells you what day that a certain date corresponded to. Anyway, tell the other overseer about this. So the other overseer would have a function somewhere, I guess. Function so that it triggers, I guess it could be something like this dot replicate data. Replicate topics dot matchmaker promoted. And then we'd probably say things like the host address. What else makes up an endpoint? I guess we need to serialize all of this. Host address, version, port. Yeah, host address, version, port. So then function replicated data, topic, params, or arguments, or something like that. I'm not sure what to say here. Maybe this all comes in as JSON. Well, anyway, params. We'll figure that out. Sounds fun, but I don't see a place to play it. Oh, so this page, I don't know if you saw that I linked it to you, but it says, how do I join? So this tells you how you play. You spend loyalty points and you just type this into chat, and that's it. You're done. Dude, can you start eating lunch already? That cost me 25 points. Oh, hey, here it is. Created at. Neat. Jake and Josh says, or is it like a coder's game? So it's not. I mean, if you watch the video, I can't tell if you watch the video or not, because the video kind of talks about this. It's not really a coder's game because you can always use pre-made scripts if you want. So you can just drag these couple of things on here, and great, you're good to go. Like, you don't even need to read through this if you don't want to. That's fine. And if you want to change things, then you can just change things. Just move things around, and there, I have a new script now. Okay, so replicated data, we'd say something like if topic equals match replicate topics on matchmaker promoted, then we'd say this dot matchmaker promoted params. We'd make a set of handlers for this, and then in here, see, this is what I think is going to be annoying. So let me put this into here first of all. So matchmaker promoted. This is part of the replicated data. There is eventually endpoint monitor needs to know about this. And endpoint monitor should only be doing these health checks if this is the master. Update, no, set interval. Check health of endpoints. Yeah, this is done no matter what right now. That's a problem. I gotta update that. Only perform health checks from the overseer if we're the master. Has Adam not been away on days when he was supposed to stream? So yeah, I have been away on some of those days. Either it's usually due to some kind of physical or mental pain. What editor do you use? That to-do list with the checkboxes is so nice. Yeah, so Void Dreamer just linked that in. It's plain tasks. And it is really nice. I like it a lot. How do you read an API in PhantomBot? I'm not sure what you mean by that. So if you're saying if there's something on the web, it's just JavaScript that's running. So most of the things you can do in JavaScript you can do from this bot. Wait, what does that do? Followed? Should I even try this command? What is this? Followed user channel? What? How does this work? How does this work? Oh, it just tells you if you're... Okay, yeah. Man, hang on a sec. Okay. So yeah, this eventually needs to get to the endpoint monitor so that we can keep track of this. And then the endpoint monitor should end up adding the endpoint, which is currently only called from here. Make a new endpoint. So I think pub subbing this out makes sense. And whatever wants to listen to it can listen to it. Having a pub sub here would make sense. That way we can publish this to whoever cares. Too bad, EJ. I look frustrated. I don't feel frustrated. So maybe I just look at maybe my face is betraying me. All right. So I think this stuff can work. Then later in endpoint monitor, I can have something like this.pubsub.subscribe replicate topics, maybe pubsub topics dot what? What would I do here? Right, so this is all one of these things. Replicate data. So, okay, let me think about this some more. This would be called when the master fails and the secondary is promoted. So then this is caught here just so that we can replicate the data over TCP. What language am I programming in? Yeah, it's JavaScript. So this is in charge of dispatching from PubSub to TCP. And we call replicate data. Maybe certain topics we just automatically do this for. It will pull the data needed out of endpoint. All right, so we call replicate data. This is what sends it over TCP. Send over TCP, which is really just, let's just write out what this is. There's an outgoing connection here, so we can just say this. We can say this dot get socket dot write. That's a terrible way of writing this. Okay. And then when we get this, we have a data event, and the data event has handlers, and this is done here. So set up socket handlers. So we would have like a replicate data event maybe. Yeah, I think that's what I would do here. So we would say something like message types dot replicate data, and then probably put in a replicate data. No, I could just do this. Replicate matchmaker promoted. I've replaced you. Okay. Well, I guess let's add this. Desk. Wait, where's desk? Desk isn't even in here. What? How did I even do that? Here is WowTers legacy. Okay, let's just find it. Find stir snip WowTers start.js. It's in like command. Why would I do that? Okay, well, let's put this over here. So we're going to get rid of it out of this and put it into here. Actually, I should put this into the Hoforia link. There, fine. There we go. Alright, it's been done. So we have replicate matchmaker promoted. Then I guess in server we'll have a handler here. So set up socket handlers. This will go here. And we'll have a handler for this. And we'll say handle matchmaker, handle replicate, matchmaker promoted. This is gonna get out of control. Socket endpoint. So yeah, I guess we have a socket and then a JSON object. So this would be here. Great. So yeah, eventually endpoint monitor needs to know about this. So we could pub sub something out about that. In fact, that's the only thing that needs to know about this. Maybe replicated data automatically gets pub subbed out. Maybe replicated data automatically gets pub subbed out. What I was asking is how I grab just one part of a JSON output. I don't really work with API, so I'm not that sure on it. In PhantomBot, I mean, I don't know if you even need to do that necessarily. I think TMI might already do this for you. But also Noob for Lunch, I think looking into this right now might take me a few minutes. So I'll probably hold off on that for a bit. So that I don't need a million handlers here. And then if that's the case, then this could just subscribe to that particular event. So I can go over to here and I could say this dot pub sub dot subscribe message types dot. Actually, this would need to be its own thing. Message types dot replicated data. No, not replicated data. No. No, it had to be a pub sub topic. That way there's no collisions. I'd say pub sub topics dot replicated data. This dot replicated data dot bind this. And then over here I'd have a function replicated data that takes in a message type and then params. And if message type equals message types dot replicate matchmaker promoted, then I could say add endpoint based on the params. So this would work. I think all this network dispatching and everything leads for harder to follow code. Is there a better way of doing this? Also, I can remove this from here, I guess. Designing this in the next tab. That way I know what I'm doing here. Close out of this stuff. I don't think I need this any longer. Okay, so let's follow this from start to finish. I go into endpoint monitor and I have the matchmaker failed. So it fails a health check. If it was the master matchmaker, then we have to use our failover. So we promote the secondary one. In promoting it, I think I have a to-do item somewhere here. Yes, here. To do. Tell any other endpoints that secondary endpoint was promoted. This includes the other overseer, which means we'll need a way to communicate back to the TCP server, perhaps a pub sub. So yes, I've used a pub sub here. I publish out that the matchmaker was promoted. And so in server.js I subscribe to it. And I say something like matchmaker was promoted. So then I tell the other overseer about it. And I tell it via this message type, and I guess all of this would be JSON. Or no, the entire thing would be JSON. So there was this whole message would have to be JSON. But that's fine. That's an implementation detail. So okay, I send this over, then what happens? The other one gets in its socket handler that it got replicate matchmaker promoted. Alternatively, what I could do is I could say const replicated messages equals message types dot replicate matchmaker promoted, and then to do iterate over replicated messages and make handlers for each that just pub sub out. I'm not sure how I want to do this. That way this function isn't even needed here. So when we get this, the socket handler turns into a pub sub, but it's probably got to be on a particular socket because we're only replicating data between overseers. Okay, well let's say we did this somehow and then it pub subbed out. Then I guess we subscribe over here to replicated data, and if it turns out that the matchmaker was promoted, then we do stuff. I think this will work. Okay, so if we're going to do this, then there's a bunch of different things I need to do. One is plumb a pub sub throughout the code. Then two is come up with another constants file. Create what? Replicate. No, it would just be message types. I don't need to even do that. Then just implement the design that I have, I guess. Is this good though? What happens when I add in another one? I guess I say that it was replicated here. It'll automatically get pub subbed out. It'll make it super easy for me to use. Pub subtopic replicated data. Yeah. Yep. Okay, I think this will work. So it's just a matter of doing this. Let's run a giveaway first. Root killer. Congrats, root killer. Okay, so plumbing in pops up through the code base. I wanted this in endpoint monitor and server. Did you ever do hacking? Did I ever? Root killer says I'm so happy. Okay, so we want it in endpoint monitor and in, all right, let's do this. Overseer main.js. We used to have a pub sub in here, and then I got rid of it because I didn't want it any longer. So now we have pubsub.js and shared util. We can take this. Actually, that was stupid. Let's just shared util pub sub. Then we make a new one of these. I don't want to hack my fridge. Lava started pouring out. Wait, Mike, you haven't seen that video? That's a classic in this channel. That's the one thing I've done on YouTube that people are like, I actually like this, Adam. So make a new pub sub. We'll pass this over to the endpoint monitor and to the server. So endpoint monitor, pub sub, pub sub. Just keep typing this word all over the place. Cool. So then that's done. Then server also needs it. So we do the same thing in here. That was weird. Done. So now this is all over the code base. Let's try running this really quickly just to make sure that this works. So info overseer run. Why is it not doing anything? Okay, cool. Yeah, so that worked. All right, good. Mike, you're now transmitting much faster. There was no delay on that message. It's in charge of launching everything. So now we have the pub sub. Now we need a topic for matchmaker promoter. We don't even have pub sub topics though, do we? No, we do not. Hagen Weedley. So constants, let's make pub sub topics. Stride bot. Cool. Good job. Brett is denial of service script. Pure coincidence. So I want to export all of these things like how I did with util. No, not like how I did with util. How do I do this? Connections. Oh, like that. Okay. So pub sub topics. Put that there, and then the one topic we're gonna have right now is replicate data. That's not even true. Matchmaker promoted and then replicated data. So matchmaker promoted. These just need to be unique. They don't need anything else. And to that end, using symbols here would be nice. Oh, actually, I can start to use symbols. I never thought about this now that I'm on just Node. Does Node support symbols now? ES6 features. Where are symbols? I don't even see symbols in here. Symbol type here. So we just make symbol foo. Oh, it does work. Right, and each symbol is its own thing. Wow. So, can you do a.toString here? Just prints that it's a symbol. But underneath it, yeah, wow, okay. Huh. So can I subscribe on symbols? I don't think I can if the toString returns. Yeah, I don't think I can if that's what's going to happen. Well, anyway, I guess we'll just keep doing things this way. Okay. All right. So next up, we need to publish out that the matchmaker was promoted from endpoint monitor. So there's the to-do item down here. This .pubsub.publish pubsub topics .matchmaker promoted. And we have the endpoint there. So good. Next up we need pubsub topics here. So this stuff is fine. Now that was the publish part of this. Now let's make a subscriber for this. That would be in server.js. So let's subscribe to this topic, which means we need the topics here too. Okay. And here we'll say this dot subscribe to messages. This dot pubsub dot subscribe pubsub topics dot matchmaker promoted. And then here's where, yeah, this is where something else tells us the matchmaker is promoted dot bind this endpoint. Who's Programmer D? Programmer D is a real life friend. He works for the same time that I stream, so he's very rarely in chat. Okay, so when matchmaker was promoted, I want to do this stuff. So let's write, actually let's not comment this right now. I'll just do this here. And this needs to be turned into correct message format. So we have the same thing here, and we put a JSON object directly in here. Okay, good. So type, we need a message type. Message type is going to be replicated data. Replicate data 40. This is only sent from master overseer to the secondary overseer. Huh. Okay, chat. So replicate data. Then we want things like the host address. We could just serialize the endpoint. I think it makes the most sense to do this. Serialize, return host address, this dot host address, host port, this dot host port, and then what was the other thing? Version. And then deserialize. What is this? API new time now. And user. Oh, cool. Nice. So now you have the follow time, and there just needs to be a list of how that corresponds to botland days. So deserializing a serialized endpoint, we actually don't have all of the information we need, do we? We need the endpoint type, and we need all of this, and then the master state as well. But we know that it was a matchmaker that was promoted. So when we deserialize it, I guess we can inject those properties. But then we're not writing a deserialize function here. So note there's no deserialize function in this class because these are not all of the properties needed. And really adding in those couple of properties wouldn't be that bad. I could just put them there. Then we can serialize this thing completely. And yet, I don't want to do that. Are needed. Not all the properties are provided by this serialize function. Okay. I serialize this. So const serialized endpoint equals endpoint.serialize. And then I pass this in here. Type replicate data. I guess I'd also need, where did I write this? Message types.replicate. Oh, it's a, oh darn it. It's a pub subtopic for that. So I guess I already have that. It's the message constants where I don't have that. This would be replicate matchmaker promoted, which should be converted into a string that looks like this. All of these messages are only sent, yeah, between overseers. All right, so there's a message type. We put this into here. So type is replicate data. Subtype is message. Oh no, what am I doing? Just do that. And then put the serialized endpoint in here. Oh, nice root killer. Also, did you actually use the light control? I don't think I saw it. Oh, you did. Lowest brightness, color lights yellow. And that was, 10 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, so this is the client side of things. Excuse me. So on the server side of things, an endpoint monitor, I guess I'm subscribing to this. Well, socket handlers need to have this set up. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. Handlers. This is done from server.js. Okay, so we say const replicated messages. We go into message constants, copy paste this, and then so these are messages that are replicated from the master overseer. Instead of writing explicit handlers for all of them, we convert them into a pub sub publish call. So for these, we're going to say _for each replicated messages. We take replicated message type and we do this. This dot pubsub dot publish pubsub topics dot replicated data, which I think is in here. Yes, so we can say replicated data. Then we say what the message type is. And no, this won't work, will it? No. No, what am I doing? I need to do something like this. This dot handlers message type equals a function that takes in, yeah, then we publish from here. This dot pub sub dot publish replicated the message type and then any arguments that we had. Okay. And we don't even need to write this inside a closure or inside curly braces. It's still gonna, what do you think about this? I could make this just a bind. Publish replicated data, message type, params, args. Okay, let's do this maybe. So this is going to go to, so I guess we put this down here, pubsub, topics, message type, args. Okay, and then over here, all we do is this dot publish replicated data dot bind this message type. Okay, yeah, this will work. Publish. Yeah, I think this will work. Okay, so then I write a handler for this on the other side. And that's it. This is the last part of this. Replicated data and then this bit. So in server.js, we do subscribe replicated data and replicated data because of its own function here. Else logger.error unrecognized type in replicated data message type. And then here we can just say logger.info got message from, and these would be args, which is an array of arguments, which I don't really like, to be honest. We could do some more function magic over here. If this is even a good idea. Where does this happen? This. So we could do publish dot. No, I think this is fine. Currently using source tree for Git. Should I move to Tortoise Git? Any suggestions? I use source tree. I didn't really like it, but I'm not going to try to convince you to use it or not use it. I think you should use what works best for you. Hey, Waddle. Okay, so then the only other part to do is this. Got message from other overseer message type, and then this would be args. Args would be an array of arguments, which in this case would have the serialized args 0 would be JSON.stringify args 0. Okay. Why? What did I screw up here? That. To do add the endpoint based on the parameters. Wait a second. This isn't right, is it? Replicated data. This is an endpoint monitor. Oh, darn it. I knew I wrote something wrong. Okay, let's copy paste all this out of here and put it into endpoint monitor. We'll say this dot subscribe to, what do I call it here? Subscribe to messages. Subscribe to messages. Cool. Okay, yeah, that's everything. So now I need to be able to run two of these things. That's the only way this will work. I think this is going to be pretty tough, actually. Let's find out. Can I even run two of these? I can run one, definitely. Well, assuming that thing didn't crash. Okay, so I can run the first one, great. I can run the second one, hopefully. This is wrong. Okay, time to go fix some things. So other port, I've got to comment this and this. And now they'll know to connect to each other, hopefully. So this one promotes itself to master, great. This one connects to the other one, good. It knows that it's secondary. So now these two things are connected, great. Now the only other thing I need to do is try out this particular system, which comes from endpoint monitor, which was the publish message of an endpoint being promoted. Now I won't have endpoint information here, but let's do, how am I going to do this? Okay, I thought of a hack. I can do this. How does Botland decide where to deploy my bots when I hit deploy? Yeah, it's a random Y coordinate, just completely random. And the X coordinate is random within a certain strip of the arena based on what team you're on. So, yeah, just totally random. Just as long as, so your team has a spawn zone. It's random within that spawn zone. And that's something like, I think 4 columns or 6 columns. I don't remember. And I can look it up if you want to know exactly that. But so this. So the REST server does not have this right now. So we've taken this pub sub, overseer, REST server. 19, we pass in the pub sub, this dot pub sub equals pub sub. We put this up here, pub sub. And then that means we're going to need the pub subtopics. And then I'm going to need to do something in here. What do? There's /register. What if, okay, here's a hack. What if I do this in here, and instead of this I just say hello world and then return. So console.log publishing a fake topic. Then I restart both of these things. This should have, yeah, good, okay. So I restart both of these things. I start up Postman. Oh, that failed. That failed big time. Oh, it failed because I started them at the same time. That's why. So if I start them separately, now it should work. Yeah, good. Okay, and then I just connect to this. So I do localhost 8080/register, and all I have to do is hit send here, although I need to make sure to match the HTTP verb that I have. It is post. So I change this to post, and then hopefully this works. Enter. Publishing a fake topic. Good. Endpoint.serialize is not a function. No, it's right here. Endpoint.serialize is not a function. So I publish matchmaker promoted. So that would be happening from here. And what I had before was that this took place in server. So promoted That gets done here. We take, oh, you have to take in an endpoint. Oh, so we need to pass in an object with a serialized function that returns. This is silly. Just ridiculous. Okay, that might work. It's just crazy enough to work. Stop trying to break the bot. It's mostly just spamming chat, that's why. Also, what else did I miss here? Mostly a lot of trying to break the bot, apparently. How is the randomization done, though? Okay, yeah, I can show you that. So, botlan, serve arena, tile x equals what is this reference x? Shared arena? Or do I do this? Get, here it is. All unoccupied tiles. There should be a, did I call it find? Find unoccupied tile. Aha. So yeah, tile filter function. And this comes from the shared arena here. Yeah, so here's how this is done. So Darth says, you have an FAQ of how you learn to program. I don't. The closest I have, Darth, is this. Okay, so yeah, the way that we randomly get this stuff is there's this function, so that's number one, and then there's whatever calls this stuff, which is here. So unoccupied tile equals get that. Tile x. Get random unoccupied tile. I wonder if I made this more complicated than I need to. So get all unoccupied tiles. So yeah, to generate a tile for a bot, 1, find all unoccupied tiles. 2, filter them down to based on the function above. So Horforia, this is how it's done. We get all the unoccupied tiles in the entire arena, and then we cut them down into, if you're on the left team, then we take, so 0.3 times this dot width. I think the arena is 18 tiles wide. I should have that written down somewhere. Where is that written? I don't know. I don't know where I did this. Server main. 18, yeah, it's 18 tiles wide. So math.ceil 0.3 times 18, so that works out to 6. So as long as, so tiles 0 to 5 then are okay. So there are 6 total tiles you can be on regardless of what team you're on. And yeah, surfing ninjas, you should stop doing that stuff. Only because there is some chat activity now. It's not, things aren't totally dead, but bot spam is going to make it harder for me to read what people are saying. So Horforia, does this answer your question? Did you want something more specific than this? So it basically means that if you're on the blue team, then you can get an X between 0 is less than or equal, x is less than or equal to 5. And y can be anywhere. So y can be anywhere in the entire thing. And then red team is going to be greater than or equal to width minus, so 18 minus 12, so greater than or equal to 12. So 12 greater than or equal to x, less than or equal to x. And then same y. So these are the coordinates you can have. I'll just paste this in. It's going to screw up the formatting, but that's for you, Horforia. Case upon that. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think I might have hacked this well enough. Let's find out. Unexpected token return. We don't need a return here, apparently. I want to know what's used to randomize. What process is used to choose the random number that fits? Oh, it's either, I mean, everything in JavaScript is going to boil down to math.random. I don't know if there's any other way to do random numbers unless you're using a source of entropy that is not provided by the platform. What am I doing here? Botland, yeah. Okay. So we can find out by doing this. Filter function. Get random unoccupied tile. Yeah, it's _.sample. So whatever Lodash uses for that. Lodash sample. It's, yeah, you can use a cryptolib if you really care about bot coordinates being cryptographically randomly generated. Usually there's a link to the code. Here it is, lodash.js. This will take a long time to load. Is ES6 well enough implemented in browsers already? No. I kind of gave up with full ES6. It's just a big overhead. So I use Babel for the client, and I just use Node on the servers. And Node supports enough ES6 for me to be happy. So they use base random. Oh my god. What is base random? There it is. Native random. Native random is math.random. Yep. So it's just math.random in the end. Also, he said, I think we've got a winner. Okay. So people don't have a preference. Or, well, not people. There is no majority. So that means that I guess I get to pick, or I host a fight to the death competition, and whoever's the last person standing gets to pick what I do. How does math.random choose a random number? Yeah, you should Google it at that point. It's just a pseudo random number generator. So chances are it has a seed that's based on the time that the application was started, and it just runs through a sequence of pseudo random numbers. So that means that it's deterministic, assuming that the seed is discovered and that it was seeded at a time, and you know how many numbers were generated. But that's the thing, Horforia, for you to exploit this means I can't be using math.random in any other places. So like if someone has reflect and they get shot, that is a math.random call, and you wouldn't be able to account for this stuff. Did I do this? Let me try this out. So this should send a fake message again. Uh-oh. I crashed the overseer. Unexpected token box. Okay. Oh, that is unexpected. Message types is not defined. Alright, where's this coming from? Endpoint monitor? I didn't put in message types. Apparently not. And I called it message constants. That seems a little bit stupid. I thought the seeds were usually system clocks. So yeah, you could, I don't know how JavaScript does it exactly, and I'd probably need to look into V8 to find out how it gets turned into native code. But you could seed it based on the current time, or you could, every time you want a random number, which I think is silly, or you could seed it once based on the time of the startup of your program. And like I said, I'm mostly just saying I think JavaScript does it where it seeds it when you start up. Otherwise, you'd have the same random numbers every time. And I think they don't seed it again because otherwise if you generated random numbers fast enough, then you'd get the same numbers repeatedly. So based on those assumptions, I think it's reasonable to say that with everything put together, you won't be able to figure out anything meaningful in botland based on random number generation. And by the way, even I guess if you could do that and somehow manipulate where it is you spawn, I don't know how helpful it would be, and it'd be a lot of processing power on your end to figure out something like that. Okay, so let's try this again. Hopefully things don't crash. Publishing a fake topic, good. Unrecognized type in replicated data, 150. What? Unrecognized type. So message type, replicate, matchmaker promoted. Message type. That is 150. What? Is this a string and not a... This is stupid. Yeah, what's going on here? Oh, or message types isn't defined here either. Or it's undefined, which is what I just said. All right, let's print this out. Let's print out a bunch of stuff. Do I have Lodash here? We're gonna get to the bottom of this. So we're gonna stringify _.isString message type. We're gonna stringify message types dot replicate matchmaker promoted, and we're gonna stringify the equality of these two things, which is message type equals message types dot replicate matchmaker promoted. So knowing all of this should be enough. Actually, there's one more thing I should print out. There. If I know these 4 things, I should be able to determine why this failed. Oh, darn it. I just stopped the wrong program. No. No. Okay, well, hopefully nothing goes wrong with the bot there. Let's make a buffer command prompt here so that I don't do that again. Okay. So we post this one more time, and we get message type is 150. Oh, here's the problem. Message types replicate match. Oh, that's why. It's not capitalized that way. Silly, 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 silly. It looks like this. Any idiot can tell that. Okay. There. This idiot just fixed things. So let's try it out. And now we just post this, and we got args0 is undefined. How about I don't be stupid, and I just print out all of the args. This might work actually. Oof, that definitely did not work. I need to figure out why. Let's try this again from scratch. Yeah, what's going on here? Unexpected token. Converting circular structure. Oh, I need to inspect it. And then since that one crashed, okay, yeah, this will be fine. All right, so here's what we got. Oh, we got a socket endpoint. Oh, well, well, well. And that's it? What? Yeah, what? That's strange. So I send the serialized endpoint. Oh, matchmaker was promoted binds. No, that's right. That means this thing is getting sent out incorrectly. Takes in an endpoint. No, all of this seems correct. Right, type measure. Okay, so stringify, serialized endpoint, writing serialized endpoint. This should be a host name, a host port, and a version. And if it's not that, then I've screwed up my publishing here. Let's try it out. So this said writing serialization endpoint undefined. That's not good. I think I should debug this. Remember that laptop I had die around New Year's? Yeah, trying to salvage it again. Whoa. What? How did you... Horforia, that link you sent... What is this, first of all? Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. So Matchmaker was promoted. That's what's being called here, and that's when I get this. So fine, let's just keep following this thing all over the place. Endpoint. This has to exist, right? Endpoint is already the master. Updated DNS. Promote to master. Publish it. Okay, so publishing endpoint. Let's try this. Get to the bottom of this. What about the link I posted? I don't understand the relevance, but also the way you posted it was very weird, so that it linked to the page I was already on. Okay, so then the publish side of this, we say publishing a fake topic. Where does... Wait, does this never get called? Oh, right, it doesn't ever get called. Oh, this thing isn't real, because I hacked it in here, publishing a fake topic, and it has a serialize in it that returns hello world. Right, this, if I do this, so node this dot serialize, whoops, this should return hello world. That doesn't work. Can I not do it? Maybe I gotta do it this way. A dot serialize. It returns undefined. Why is that though? Huh. Okay. Well, then here's what I should have done. Const fake endpoint equals this. Serialize. I'll just write out the function. Return hello world. Or no, I'll just make this thing look closer to real. 1, 2, 3, 4. Host port 8080. I could, yeah, whatever. And then the version is 1, 2. Right, this should work. So now we can pass in the fake endpoint. I don't know. So it says writing serialized endpoint. That looks good. And that comes from here. Writing, no it doesn't. Writing serialized endpoint, yeah. That's fine. So this is taken in as serialized endpoint. And it's all one JSON object. And it has a type in there. Okay, so then on, I need a handler for this then. Which I said here, replicate matchmaker promoted, and that publishes this out. So matchmaker message type, and then args. Args should be this JSON object, and it's apparently not. Oh, you said well, I see. Okay, I think here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I come back, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm pretty sure it just has to do with this one hop. The network to PubSub to, I guess that's 2 hops, to whatever else that goes to. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. right, so this issue, what I'm seeing happen is that the second overseer is getting no arguments whatsoever, but it is getting the message at least. That's good. Let me go close this. Okay. So it's getting the message, and then args is printing out as a socket endpoint. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, I don't understand that part. Did the camera always look down there? No, it didn't. I don't know. I mess with these cameras so much. Okay, so let me follow this again from the beginning. Let's write out the flow here. So I post a message to the REST server that's here. It does this. So it does that. Great. Now what listens to this should be the server, I believe. Yep. And that subscribes here. So the server listens for this message. That's here. Pub sub subscribe. So matchmaker was promoted.bind this. That sounds good. In fact, subscribe doesn't need binds on it, I'm pretty sure. But here we serialize the endpoint, and then we write it out. And that prints out the correct thing there. So it does say writing, whoops. So it says this, writing serialize endpoint. Okay, then this has a handler in here, and we go through each of these handlers and we make it equal to this function call. Oh, which gets, oh, I think I know what happens here. All of these things are going to have the socket endpoint there. That was the issue. Yeah, we call it with a socket endpoint and then with the JSON object. And we don't care about the socket here, do we? Is there anything I can do about that? Where did this even go? This. So publish replicated data. This is going to get called with a socket endpoint. And no, wait, no, it's not. Oh man, let me think about this. So I bound it with this and message type, and then this goes and does what? It calls it with this again. Yeah, that's why this isn't going to work. Is there some other way I can do this? It's just a JSON object. Handle replicated. Yeah, okay, so let me try this out then. Here's a way I might be able to do this. Publish replicated data. We just do this. There's no bind. We don't even worry about that. And then publish replicated data turns into, it takes in the same stuff it always took in, so socket endpoint and JSON object. But then the way we publish this out will be different. There's, darn it, it's so difficult. Oh wait, the JSON object should have the type in it, right? We just don't typically care about it at that point. Yeah. And okay, then this might work. Okay, so then this gets caught over in the endpoint monitor and replicated data. And now all we're going to get is a JSON object out of here. So we can do const message type equals JSON object dot type, and then the rest of the data is just in the object. That's pretty good. So we can do this, we can get rid of this, and we can stringify the JSON object. Hey Proxy, okay, I think this will work. I think it'll work. Let's try it out. So I run this, promotes itself to master, I run this. Great, so now over here, I call this good, up, okay, well this one crashed. Args is not defined. That actually might be okay, because that was just a typo then, huh? Secondary connected to us. Yeah, where is it looking for args? Here, apparently. So this did work. At least I think it worked. Other than the typo, of course. Okay, call this. There it is. Got a message from other overseer 150 and got the JSON object which has our serialized endpoint. Good. So I worked through that. That was because of how I'm handling messages. All right, so then in here we can add this thing based on what we got. So we can say const endpoint equals new endpoint. Actually, we should probably just make a handler for this, huh? So version equals JSON object dot version, host address. Actually, since I'm not doing any processing on this stuff, let me just type this out a little more simply. So it's these 5 things. No, I'll just leave it like this. That's fine. Host port. So we have, and then what? Master state equals. This is that it was promoted, so we know it was promoted, and we know that it's a matchmaker. So we can say whoops, there. And then we simply put all of these things into here. Version, host address, host port. Yep, that looks good. And then put these onto their own line. Yeah, nice. And then add it. Good. Now, does add endpoint have its own logging in here? Yes, it does. Created a name endpoint master state host address. I think we can just say created an or added an endpoint, because there's now a toString function in there that prints out most of this stuff. All right, then there we have it. So we can test whether this works end to end by running it on my Linux machines. Got replicate message from other overseer. Okay, cool. Nice guy, Blue. Why were you gone for so long? Okay, let's try it. Now, like I said, this probably won't work. No, let's just try the real scenario here. I'll get rid of this stuff. Put all this back to how it used to be. I'll also get rid of the stuff I did in server about other host and other port. So comment out both these lines. Let's see what changed. So we have a serialized function, looks good. Pass in pub sub, subscribe to messages, endpoint monitor, subscribes on the pub sub to any relevant messages. Oh no, you don't have to be sorry. I'm always curious about viewers dropping in and out. I think I started streaming sort of right at the brink of when summer vacation ended for a lot of people. So numbers were actually decently high back then, and then they dropped off for October and November. And there have been some blips here and there where they picked up again. But I think in 2-3 months, I think viewership numbers are going to go up just across Twitch, across the board. And I think there is this link that I have, yeah. So there's the last 14 days. I've gotten one more average viewer. I also finally realized one of the reasons these numbers seemed lower to me than they should is because a lot of the people in chat are not necessarily viewers, so they're not counted. So if I just consider the last 90 days, for example, it's been mostly going up, which is good news. Good news for me. And then these, very, very linear. Although this has been going up more. The slope's been increasing. It's interesting. Okay, so this is called whenever data is replicated from the other overseer. So this is just an object, doesn't return anything. So this will contain a type parameter which will tell us exactly what was replicated. I think this is a good system. I'd like to think it's a good system. Hey Northrad, thanks for following. I did it. I need an award now. I crashed my PC by opening Windows Explorer. What are you trying to salvage out of this laptop exactly? Is it hardware? Is it you're just trying to get a machine to use as kind of a backup? So to do, tell any other endpoints that the secondary was promoted. This includes the other overseer. So that's on line 237. Let's get rid of these to-do items. And let's just change this to tell anyone. This is actually not going to be very obvious how this works, is it? There's a subscribe here, which will replicate this. Tell anyone who cares that the matchmaker was promoted. So then here, when we subscribe to messages, matchmaker was promoted. So this is called when the endpoint monitor tells us that a matchmaker was promoted. We then tell the other overseer. We then replicate this information to the other overseer. But only if we're the master. The endpoint that was promoted. And that's something that well, actually, we're not going to get this information if we're not the master. I guess I could say that if this dot is master, just return. Yeah. Oh, files, I see. Okay, so I wrote this down over here, I think. Only perform health checks from the overseer for the master. Yeah, that needs to be done still. Let's continue looking through this code. Add an endpoint. That looks good. And I really want to test this out. That's the next step after this. Well, this is actually the first step. And then test all of this on Linux. What do we have here? PubSub. Great. Yeah, that looks fine. So let me start writing these things. Plumbed a PubSub through the overseer's code base so that data replication can occur. Then it becomes doing the same thing with the matchmaker. This is going to be, I could design this, I think, so much better. Or rather, I should say it, this could be designed so much better, but not necessarily that I'm the one to do it. So let's do this. There. What else do we have here? So this is called when the endpoint monitor tells us that a matchmaker was promoted. We then replicate this to the other overseer. That's what I had just written. What do we have here? Some for each stuff that's just a graveyard of code right now. These are messages that are replicated from the master overseer. Instead of writing explicit handlers for all of them, we convert them into a pub sub publish call. So I can get rid of this stuff. I guess let me copy paste it in case I want it. Yeah, so this is a handler that will simply publish the specified object as replicated data, which what? Why am I even doing this? Something else is listening to this. Here. What is this? The endpoint monitor listens to this? Oh, replicated data. Oh, okay. Yeah, the typical flow is that the other overseer will write to our socket, then we'll publish that information to anyone local, to any class on the overseer who may care. For example, if a matchmaker is promoted to master, then the master overseer will tell us that. Then this class will alert the endpoint monitor so that we can keep track of the correct state. This isn't even right. Yeah, I just thought of an issue that I'm going to run into. Let me ignore this. Do you think TypeScript will take over JavaScript's role anytime soon? I think they don't need to, like, one doesn't need to take over the other one. So I think TypeScript provides a lot of advantages, and it's a superset of JavaScript anyway. So yeah, I'm not sure. And thanks for following. Is it Stephalix? Yeah. Okay, so the issue I just thought of is that when I get this thing exactly, it's not necessarily adding an endpoint, because something got promoted. It might be, yeah, this is not the right code for this. Promoting an endpoint means it already existed. Matchmaker. So we write this out. Matchmaker promoted. Matchmaker just became master. So when we add an endpoint, we need to replicate this data. Basically, anytime we modify the state of this class, I need to modify the state of the other class, the other endpoint entirely. So here, I write it to do so publish out a message saying that we added an overseer, or a matchmaker. That way the other one can get this too. Because right now the way this is coded is wrong. This is going to be annoying. Where is this function? Here. Matchmaker promoted. I think the straw poll came to a stop. I mean, I'll keep asking. I don't need to do this anytime soon. So yeah, we'll figure it out. And then what kind of Minecraft game we're going to be playing. I'll just keep taking votes upon votes. So tell anyone who cares that the matchmaker was promoted. This is something I've got to do down here too. Added endpoint. In fact, if we're the master, we can put this directly into add endpoint. That way the state gets synced automatically. If this dot is master. Oh, we don't know if we're the master though. Something else we gotta get in. Yeah, next Wednesday. I'm just saying that gives me 8 days. Like, I can still pull for another 3 days and then do another 3 days on the game and then another 2 days on that. Also, I'm probably not doing this on day 100. It's more like the weekend after this one. That's when I'll probably be doing this, because I don't want to cut out a Botland stream for the sake of a game stream. I don't necessarily have to do it on a weekend. I could do it on a weeknight, but I don't think it's going to replace this stream. Okay, so whether or not this thing is mastered needs to be known. And yeah, this is where I should have a message sent out about this. So if this dot is master, then we publish out added endpoint. There's so much that can go wrong here. So this will get sent as replicate endpoint added, and the server, I guess, is going to listen to this. So replicated data, there's also this. Do I need to get a Minecraft server in advance? No, there were a couple of people who offered. Put this comma in the wrong place. So good. This publishes it. That's also good. And then this gets caught here. Replicated data. Yeah. So I'm gonna just make this a blob of if else for now. So this is where we have endpoint added, and that's something else needs to write this, and I don't think that's happening right now. Endpoint added JSON object. Yeah. I don't think it should be here. I just don't. This is not a good idea. Matchmaker promoted. Yeah, that should be done. This should be here. Endpoint.serialize. Or no, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. I need to think about the responsibilities here and then test all this out. There's going to be a lot to this. Okay, so then I need to subscribe to an added matchmaker one. Oh, I just don't like this. I think there's a much better way to do this. Endpoint was added. This is almost exactly the same thing that I have here. Okay. Well, there's that. This thing doesn't know whether it's the master or not. There's just a whole lot. So when a matchmaker gets promoted, I guess we get that endpoint. Hey, long. So we get the host address, then we get the endpoint by that address. This dot endpoints by address. So endpoint equals that. If util.exists endpoint, then endpoint.promote to master. That's it. that's all I need to do. I can say logger.info promoting endpoint to master. And here I could say logger.error couldn't find endpoint with address equal to host address. Where are all the other 50 people? I don't know, chat hasn't been like incredibly active. Maybe bots are becoming more sentient and then like, oh, there's a place called Botland, we should go hang out there, and they're all just whispering each other back and forth. Maybe that's what's happening. That sounds totally reasonable. Let's go with that reality. So now I need to send over whether this thing is the master or not. So self-promoted. This is used when an endpoint is promoted internally, e.g. the overseer. Actually, we could just say overseer promoted. Get user boot.exe. Oh, and okay. No, it's alright. So then there are just lurkers. No, that's good to know, and I don't want to like pull you out of lurking necessarily. I think you should always watch however you feel like watching. I lurk, and 98% of the time I'm lurking. The times I'm not is when I've just hosted someone and I say hi to them. Like, that's it. That's how I watch Twitch. So, but I guess that answers Lu Long's question too. I don't know if people are voting in this seriously or if they're just trying to keep this exactly even, 50-50. It's just interesting that any poll I could ever provide on here would end up so close. Okay. I voted to make it even. Okay, well then it's good to know at least I'm not crazy that that's happening. And I don't really mind what happens here. And like I said, I might just end up doing both of these. But remember, this would be like a 1-day thing. So if I do this option, that would take place over the course of 1 day. I think if I do this option, that would take place over the course of 1 day. I don't really think I have a lot of time in my schedule to make this a consistent thing, like once a week or twice a week. Oh, and whether or not it's Minecraft or Terraria or some other game, that's still up for grabs. I don't know about World of Tanks. I stream and I never have more than 2 or 3 people watching. It's usually people who are in TeamSpeak with me. I stream my games through Steam. I have 5 to 10 people watching. Huh. Did you stream before you started Botland? No, not really. There was one stream I did. I wrote my own Pokemon or Twitch Plays Pokemon thing, which like this URL still works, but the game isn't running. So it pulls a picture from my server, and then through a whole bunch of like different steps that I wrote, eventually when you press a button on here, like you press A, it would send it to a PHP script, which would send it to my computer, which would run an AutoHotkey script, which would tell the emulator to press the A button. And then every 1 second, it would take a new picture, upload it, and then your computer would download it. And so you could play Pokemon in a little bit of a faster way than Twitch plays Pokemon. And some people actually did play it. There were like 2 or 3 people. So I think I had a total of 20 unique views. So that was it. So I basically started from scratch when I was doing Botland. Also, the R and L buttons don't work, but I don't think they're needed for Pokemon. Huh. Okay, added endpoint. So then I need to communicate the master state to this thing. That's an overseer promoted. Or rather, maybe just overseer. Overseer master state. Okay, so in the server, it knows when it's being promoted or not. This dot master state equals. That's done here in promote to master. It's done here in handshake end. And it's done there. So this dot master state set pub sub dot publish. We don't even need to publish this, I think. Actually, yes, we do. Am I standing up? Yeah, I'm standing up. Walter, your video has 304 views. It's such a it's such a narrow topic. Okay, so then this needs to be called everywhere that we change the master state. Or no, we can just set it all inside one function. Yeah. Set master state. So if this dot, if the current state is not equal to the new one, then we can publish it out and we can save it. So this goes here and this goes here. And then anywhere we set this, we can just change it to a function call. That makes more sense. So now we can do this dot set master state. Okay, that looks better. And we can do this anywhere else. Here, for example, const new master state. And they are master state. Okay. Good. That's good. Now we have this. Good. So then all of this is set. Also, have people been voting in this poll too, out of curiosity? Yeah, there are a few new votes. Yeah, this is giving us a lot of insight, by the way. The people who don't want cosmetic items in the game are 39% of players. It's actually really important for us to know. And this is just from a quick vote that might be closer to 50%. I really wonder what this would be for a game like Hearthstone. Who cares about golden cards and who doesn't care about golden cards? The difference is that golden cards also dust for more. So our cosmetic items aren't going to sell for any more money, I think. Maybe people will care about it once the game is out. I don't know. Oh, by the way, I had a quick meeting last night. And new concept art, I think, should be in 2 weeks. Okay, so set master state is done. Now this needs to be subscribed to in the endpoint monitor. So this dot master state, we need to put this here too. Master state. And yeah, so we can just do this here. Dot not determined. And then we subscribe to this, and we say set master state. And this should be what the server is publishing out. It is. Okay. So then we have that is master concept, and this is where I just don't think this thing should exist the way it is. I just don't like this, and this is gonna, I need to make this better, more generic. Okay, so this is used from here though. Great. And let's make it so the health checks are only performed check health of endpoints. So if this dot is master, all right, so then I think that's it. So then we also need something for removing an endpoint. This is getting to be a bit annoying. So add endpoint did this at the bottom. We can probably just do the same thing here. Just duplicate this, paste all of this into remove endpoint, and then handle it on the other end. So we just need to send across add endpoint. And it needs to be, to replicate this information, I need a message. There. Removed. I don't think this stuff's gonna work. I thought, oh, I should make a lot of progress today, but I feel like I'm probably gonna get stuck on this issue for a while in refactoring. There is just a lot to account for. Actually, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I'm overestimating this. Because if I think about it, there's add matchmaker, there's promote matchmaker, and there's remove matchmaker. And that stuff needs to be replicated, sure. Then there's stuff with game servers. So something like which have been provisioned. So there's something like add game server, remove game server. I don't know, like signal that a game server is in use and signal that it's free. Hi, Demon Slays. Welcome to the stream. Or maybe not welcome. Maybe you've already been here a million times and I am just only noticing you now. Nope, you've been here for 4 minutes. Okay, well, welcome to the stream. No monitor until Thursday, Digite. Well, I'll make sure to talk to you instead of type to you then. Yeah, so maybe this won't be so bad. Not sure until I do it though. So then in server.js, we need to send the removed message. And there is this removed endpoint. Endpoint was removed. We do pretty much the same thing we did here. And did I name this correctly? Endpoint, yes. Okay, so then the only other thing left to do is handle this, and it'd be handled here. Okay, so if it's endpoint removed, we get the host address, and then we check to see if it's deleted. So removing endpoint, which, no, we don't even need to say anything here. We can just say this dot remove endpoint. Otherwise, we say couldn't find endpoint with address. Sounds good. In order to promote them, and here would be in order to delete them. Adam, did you get more viewers when game dev got removed? I forgot what your average viewer count was. So that is, a lot of this information is in Social Blade and Twinge, and I don't know for sure if I got more viewers. One of the things I used to do back when my computer, I felt like I could handle things, I used to have the game dev channels open. I wouldn't actually go to any of them in particular, but I'd have the category open and I'd be able to see where I was in game dev. Creative is a much larger pool of people, so it's nice that there's room to grow. But I also think I get fewer wanderers in here just from creative itself. Mike says, I added a little command to my bot that can tell people what botland day they started following on. Do you mind if I add him to your channel temporarily? Yeah, that's fine. And Mike, it's still not a. I think the wiki actually, Wouter has been doing a lot of bookkeeping on the wiki, but I don't know where streaming schedule. Yeah, but this is only 3 weeks. I think the history of this would have all of the different days. Because, again, like, let's say you tried algorithmically determining this, and you said, okay, day 79 is on Monday, so day 80 must be on Tuesday. But no, it turns out I was offline on Tuesday. Top of the programming tag and creative right now, that's how I filter it. Okay. Yeah, and I definitely feel like what I've been doing fits more into game dev, or sorry, more into programming as of late than game dev, which is why I use both of the tags. That's interesting. Well, thank you all for the support, regardless of where I am in the streams. I think it's great to have viewers, and it definitely makes my time go by easier, because I'm not just rambling to myself. Okay, so replicate. Endpoint added, endpoint removed. So I think this stuff should be good. There's just so much. There's so much to test. So this thing is technically done. Only perform health checks if we're the master. Test all of this on Linux. Yeah, and there's a lot to test too. So what happens if I just tested this locally? This won't work until a matchmaker tries connecting to us. So I run the first one. Master state has already been declared on line 11. Yep, it has. So I run the first one, I run the second one. They'll connect to each other. Oh, they won't connect to each other. Okay, I gotta run this on Linux. Alright. So let's check this into... Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna check this into just the main code base. And I'm gonna clean up the code as much as possible. So set master state. I don't like how this is data that is updated via pub sub. And I don't like that idea. I think just anytime this changes, it should change anywhere, or everywhere, I should say. Which means that there need to be something wrapping this, and then... So this stuff is done, I guess. Consider whether a pub sub should be used for the master state. It's not so bad. Well, lots of code ends up being duplicated because I need to store the variable and then update it every time it changes. And I need to do this in any class that cares about it. I don't like that. Sets the master state of this class. Yeah, I don't like that. And I don't actually like a lot of this stuff. I feel like it's not great. Also, the way that subscribe works, I don't think I need this. I think I can get rid of these things and just replace it with this. And that means I can do this in server as well. So I should fix that. So bind, we get rid of that, we change it to that, and then we get rid of this as well. No, those need to be there. Okay, let's make sure I didn't screw that up here either. I did. Okay, well, that's fine. Excuse me. If I warn you that I have to sneeze, then I don't end up sneezing. So at least I can turn around and not sneeze directly into the microphone. Okay, Okay, great. So this is called another whenever data is replicated from the other overseer. Yeah. Okay. And then is master true if we're the master overseer? Alright, what is this? Tell anyone who cares that the matchmaker was promoted. Add in an endpoint. Replicate this information. Probably write it in remove endpoint as well. No, it's already written there. That's fine. Yeah, cool. So that class is done. Hey, Spurman. This is fine too. This is probably fine. Yep. Oh, except for pub subtopics, which we're not using right now. We're not even using the pub sub right now, but we should get rid of this for now at least. Okay, server. Server has another bunch of stuff that changed. And this is where I don't like things. This is why this is weird. So figure out if server.js should have functions like endpoint was removed. Yeah, it has to exist somewhere. Hey Lumina Den. Thank you for following. Actually, your name reminds me of this game that I used to play that I absolutely loved. This was one of the coolest games. Luminous. How did I even play this game? I don't have a PSP. I had it on the computer somehow. Was it released on PC? Platforms. PC, yeah. Wow, 2007. Oh. This is called when the endpoint monitor tells us that. Oh, it's a really fun game. You should at least look at a YouTube video of it. Just watch for 2 minutes. It's a different take on the block matching games, and it's like a visual and audio experience too. This is called when the endpoint monitor tells us that an endpoint was removed. We then replicate this information. So then this same thing is done here, except instead of removed, it's added. And this is called the endpoint monitor tells us the matchmaker was promoted. Cool. Yeah, that looks good. So set master state. When interacting with the master state, I can't type anything of this class. You should call this function so that any other classes locally will also get this update. Yeah, and I want to change the name of this to new master state. Good. Yeah, so then this, I just want to read over this comment, but I'd rather do it in the code itself. Let's see. This is the handler that will simply publish the specified object as replicated data. The typical flow is that the other overseer will write to our socket. Then we'll publish that information to any local class on the overseer will make here. How about I write it this way? When we receive TCP data from the other overseer, from the master overseer, that has to do with replicating data, we will publish it out locally to any classes who may care. Want to see a quality computer in action? Oh, did you just update this? Or upload this? Hey, I mean, that's pretty much how my laptop is. If I do anything on my laptop, like watch. If I just, can I do anything on my VMs over here? I'm not connected right now. Anyway, yeah, when I boot this up, it's at 100% for something like 10 minutes. It's just obnoxious. Oh, interesting. My laptop display was sleeping, but using VNC just turned it back on. Huh. I guess because it treats it as the mouse moving over there too. Maybe. Okay, so when we receive TCP data from the master overseer, that has to do with replicating data. Publish not locally to any classes who may care. For example, if a matchmaker is promoted to master, then the master overseer will tell us that. I'll just say we'll indicate that. Then this class will alert the endpoint monitor so that we can keep track of the correct state. Yeah. All right. So then the rest of that looks good. And then we're finally left with this and this. Okay. Great. Data is now replicated between the master and secondary overseers. This tracks when an endpoint is added or removed, and when a matchmaker is promoted. Oh, but if a matchmaker is promoted and we're still tracking the old matchmaker, there should be no demotion. It's going to be hard to do. Okay, let's check that in. Push passphrase. I apparently didn't type that into Pageant earlier. All right, great. So now we got to test this, right? Test this on Linux. See whether that should be used for the master state in endpoint monitor.js, server.js. So testing it on Linux. Well, here we go. So let's connect to all of the different machines on my laptop. Debian L2, Debian L3. I think I need another 2 VMs for this. I should have cloned them earlier. Also, let's take a look. Did this kick up any? No. SSHing shouldn't do much. So I'll do 2 more VMs on my own machine here. What's my CPU at? Not bad. Let's do this. And let's do test Debian 2. I want to just make sure this doesn't go up too high. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, so then we'll start with this one too. Wait, disk usage is high. What? Oh, right. It's the E drive, which is a hard drive. Okay. So let's close out of the stuff that's running locally. And probably this stuff too. This one, I'll just do Debian 1. We'll connect to this. I think I need to type in my password for this. Hey, Aaron Maiden. Thanks for following. And cool name. And Debian 2 over here. So is this ready to be SSH'd into? Apparently not. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so I'm in all 5 of these machines now. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's make my legend over here. Also, documenting the flow of this would be pretty important. document flow of replication and promotion. Okay, so L1 is the overseer and L2 is the matchmaker. Let's get all the IP addresses first. So I have to sneeze. It's not happening. Alright. This one. This is just 2. And we have 3 as well. 3 is 122, yeah. Okay, so here are our IP addresses. How about we put them like this? Should I rename this C2? Can I do that? Anyway, just 2, I guess. So, and then the roles are going to be, let's do overseer there, and then matchmakers there. Hey Capillara, how's it going? So here's our legend. Let's go set this up correctly now. So on Debian 1 is where I need to do this. Where's Debian 1? Here. Okay, so let's go into botland infra, git pull. This should not ask me for any keys. Wait, it said up to date? It couldn't be up to date. I shouldn't have cleared the screen. Now if I pull, it should say up to date. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so go into the Ansible folder. And maybe starting up screens here is a good idea. Yeah, I might as well. Okay, so we need to modify the host file so that it reflects this. And this whole "this should be set later" thing, let's just leave it, fine. So let me set this up. So overseer, good. Overseer number 2, good. Matchmaker number 1, matchmaker number 2. So I have all of that set up. I have a feeling it won't be able to connect to matchmaker number 2. Just a feeling, because I'm pretty sure I screwed this up. In fact, let's go take a look over here. If I go into Debian 2 and I go into SSH, authorized keys has, does this have my, whoops. What is this thing running here? Yeah, so let's go into SSH and let's load up the local vms.pub. So that is, what's the best way to identify this? With the last few numbers? Yeah, 7J7 or 7JN7. So I don't have that in here. So I need to put that in here. I guess I could just copy paste it. This would be at Debian 1. Yep, let's just do that. Vim authorized keys, set paste, GO, paste. Okay, and that should fix that problem. Now I think I can just run this. Let's run screens on all of these. And yeah, then I'll kick this off. We'll see if this works. So I wrote this down in DevOps over here. How to use Ansible. So then I want to write this. Ansible playbook install all. There's no install all. That's not right. Nope, that's wrong. Git reset hard git pull. No, something's definitely wrong. There, what, oh no. What happened to install all? What branch am I on right now? I'm on the master branch. Infra git branch. Master. Why are you creating this game? This is something I've wanted to do for the last 5.5 years. I came up with a name Botland back then. I came up with a basic idea. It's gone through a whole bunch of iterations. And I've just always been interested in an automation-based game. I've told this story a couple of times before, but back then, 5.5 years ago, I was playing Diablo 2. And what bothered me is that people who had bots were doing much better than people who didn't have bots. You would leave this on overnight, you'd come back in the morning, you'd have an inventory full of rare items, and it must have felt cool to run a bot, but it was also against their terms of service. So I thought, what if there was a game where everyone had to bot to play the game? And then one of the big challenges became, how do you make this approachable by people who don't feel like coding? So Diablo 2 bots are probably relatively complex as far as code goes. You need to dodge projectiles in real time. Well, actually, newer bots probably just work their items in such a way that they don't do any dodging. But they teleport all over the place and they do all these other things. And that's pretty heavy coding, I'd say. So we try to make Botland in such a way that you don't even need to know how to code. And so you can watch that video here. Okay, so the thing I'm running into right now is I don't have a script that I expect to have install all, and it's right there, and it's been checked in, and I have pushed. So for this to not exist over here is a little frightening. Yeah, what would cause this to not exist? This is... What's going on here? Like, the file's right here, and I don't see it over here. And I pulled, and I am in the right branch, am I not? No, I'm in the wrong branch. Oh my god. Okay. Git branch, git checkout, master, git pull. Yeah, there, alright, that fixes everything. Hey folk. Alright, so now in the Ansible folder I should have install all. Yeah, I do. Okay, and my host probably got wiped out. Oh no, they didn't. That's interesting. Is your Debian 1 server on a branch? Yeah, it is. Well, too late, sure, but I'll still give you a point because that's correct. Alright, so going back to what I was trying to do here was this. Ansible playbook, install all, extra vars. We want to set the local ones here. And then we do -k, which I also have forgotten. You also need to specify ask sudo pass or -k if running locally. Do I need to do that? Maybe I do. All right. So we're launching both overseers. I guess we can go into these machines and try this out now. So we have one screen here. We're going to name this one BL deploy, and then we're going to do sudo su BL deploy. Then we do bash source infra, pm2 logs, and this should be up and running. Cool. Kind of. Not really cool. Oh no. No. I know what's happening right now. It's trying to reach out to an endpoint that doesn't exist. I'm gonna have to fix this stuff manually. This is gonna make testing really annoying. Also, I need to do this set of steps everywhere. Bash. Can I not do this? Did I already did this wrong. So BL deploy. Yeah, and this is gonna have the same problem. And then it's gonna try to reach out to something that doesn't exist. Alright, well how are we doing on the endpoints? The other ones, matchmaker. Apparently it worked. Oh God. So Let's look at pm2.json for this stuff. Overseer REST URL. This will never work. Okay, I have a choice. Either I try running this on Linux still by customizing all the IP addresses and ports that it connects to, or I just run it directly on AWS. I think I try it on Linux still. So that means, let's go over to here. What's happening on the matchmaker machines? And over here too. So this registering with the overseer, master state 1, master state 2. Did this even start up? What's going on here? 120. Where did I write this stuff down? 20 is the overseer master. So things could reach out to this. So that means that this got this in the log. Promoting self to master was called. It's just called over and over and over. Oh man. I don't know about this. Yeah, I don't know about this. Okay, let's kill this stuff. I think the best way to do this, to get this running locally, I need to be able to set environment variables indicating where endpoints are. So let me think about this. I have the overseer, I have the matchmaker, I have the REST servers. I guess it wouldn't be so hard to do this. I could put it on a JSON file or something and or I could run this on AWS. Which, out of curiosity, AWS free tier, how much do they charge for bandwidth outside of AWS? Don't forget you can probably use Ansible for these monotonous commands and configuration management. Yeah, I need to make better use of that. And Sam says, hi Adam, I'm trying to use gulp with Node. However, when I do gulp task name in the Node CMD, I get the error saying that gulp is not recognized. Any help? It's, Sam, you need to install gulp globally. So gulp is something you run not from your node command, you run it from your, just like a command prompt, for example. When I type gulp, it's going to try to find a gulp file, and then it says local gulp not found. But I do have gulp, at least, the executable. And in this case, it's gulp.cmd, and it's in my roaming folder, which just calls into the gulp module, the binary that they have. It's not a binary, it's a node thing. So yeah, install it globally, and then make sure you have a gulp file in the current directory. So if I go into my botland folder, I have a gulp file here. So anything that's in this gulp file, so for example, let's find something innocuous. There's nothing innocuous there. Those are all real tasks. Okay, let's go into here. Do I have anything in here that's innocuous? I have license. So if I run gulp license, because I have a gulp file in the current directory, it'll run this. Anyway, I'm not going to wait for this thing to finish. Okay. So I wanted to figure out how much bandwidth is allowed on AWS. How do I even... I don't even know. Oh, data transfer, here it is. 15 gigabytes of bandwidth out, aggregated across all AWS services. So 15 gigabytes. Did I write this down here? 15 GB out over all services. So part of the reason I'm wondering about this is, should I bake all of my node modules into my AMI so that I don't need to keep downloading them? Should I come up with a better way of doing this? How much do I pay for bandwidth after I've hit that? It's some amount per gigabyte that actually should be relatively reasonable. Where... What? This is not the pricing page I wanted to find. What? Where is this thing? Data transfer. Here we go. Data transfer out. 15 gigabytes per month. How much would it be if I wasn't on the free tier? Where's the calculate button? Ooh, what? How do I... Oh, is it auto-calculating? It's just figuring out that it's free? Oh, yeah, there it goes. Okay, so if I did 30 gigabytes out, then I'd be paying $1.35. Okay. I don't know if I'd actually get to that point. What is AWS? Yeah, it's Amazon's cloud offering. So they have VMs for you to use. They have a bunch of other services. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. So this already had that it was on my free tier. In fact, let's do a couple of things. Description: 5 instances utilized at whatever 10% a month of a T2 micro. Let's make this a little bit more reasonable. Let's do something like that. So overseer, matchmaker, 2 at 10%. What? How is it? I don't understand this. There's a difference if I utilize 100% of my machine versus if I don't. Oh. Number of hours you expect it to run in a month. Oh, whoops. I didn't see. That's what that was. Number of hours in a month that I want it to run. Let's say 124. Wait, you can't say... Wait, what percent? Oh, hours / week. Let's say 32. All the hours that I'm streaming. Okay, and then we have rest servers. Let's say we had 2 of those that are running 32 hours a week. Or 2 of those. And then what else do I need? Game servers. Game servers are a bit different. Probably have like 3 running 100% of the time. No, maybe we change that. Okay, then EBS. We need, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10 volumes. Just generic 8 gigabyte volumes. IOPS. I don't know what to pick for this. I don't need to enter a value. So you want to host all the games on AWS? Yeah. You'll have to completely destroy the machines to not incur costs. Yeah, that I'm aware of too. And I've got a system set up to do that. Oh wow, MCS Mike. Okay. Well, if I whoop, what just happened? Oh, it just minimized everything. Wait, no, did it? Oh, it's a totally different tab. Okay, anyway, if this is let's just round up to $20 a month. If I were doing this on this schedule and it took me another year to release the game, then we're looking at about 250 bucks. That's that's not bad. Like I can do that. Obviously 0 is better, but I need to make sure to turn all of these things on and off only when they're needed. I can't have very many games running. You need a couple of elastic IPs too, right? 16 is with free tier, by the way. Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. So that once I'm not on the free tier, how do you? Yeah, you can turn this off, and then it'd be 35. Although when I'm not on the free tier, I'm gonna have way more game servers. A couple of elastic IPs. I don't know if I would need a couple of elastic IPs. I need maybe I would. Yeah, maybe I would. And let us help. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out whether to go the route of Patreon or just PayPal donations through Twitch alerts or just not do anything, which is what I've been doing. I don't know. I don't know what's going to help me make this decision any faster also. Well, okay, so why did I even bother doing this? I think I need to figure out how much I'm spending. Can you see bandwidth usage? How do you check AWS check bandwidth usage? How do you do this? Usage reports? Where do you find this? Usage reports enable you to analyze the usage of your instances in depth. Cool. Great, I've got all that. How do I get this? On-demand instance, yeah, this. Whoa. Viewing. Open EC2 console. Done. In navigation pane, choose reports. I could probably just show this on screen. Choose reports. And then click EC2 instance usage report, which actually should be nothing this month. I don't know when a month starts and stops. Let me just take this off screen for a second. I'm not totally sure what's going to show up over here. Bandwidth usage is under your billing usage reports. Oh. God, I don't know where any of this stuff is right now. Billing usage reports. Oh, reports. Oh, here we go. So there's a bunch of different things I can do here. EC2 instance usage report. Reserved instances and then AWS. Usage data for select services. I think I can just click this one, but I think that's the same as the one that I found from the other. Yeah, it is. These are the same graph, right? Yeah, I think these are exactly the same. They're just, I got to them from different locations. So what can you filter on? How do I just look at bandwidth? These are for the hours of the instance. Unit instance hours cost. I don't know how to do this. Let me click this. Can I download this? Yeah, I want to figure this out because I think the answer is going to be running this on AWS, and I just want to make sure that I'm not going through my, why did that happen? Not going through my bandwidth too quickly, because I need to install a whole bunch of stuff on these machines. The reason I keep coming back to the stream is because Adam gives awesome relationship advice. Okay. Hey, Regan. Please select a service. Oh man, there's like a million things here. Where's their bandwidth? All right, I think I just ignore this for right now. Hey, Void Dreamer. Okay. Instance hours. Yeah, and the other thing I could probably figure out somehow, maybe I should figure out how much, or wait, maybe I make an AMI with the repository already on it. Is that a bad idea? I'm not sure. This is prohibitively difficult. Try everything on AWS. Make an AMI that has the repository in it with most of the node modules installed already. That way I'll save bandwidth. I don't need to do that immediately though. This is one of those things where I could just kick off these machines and try to, let's just do it, whatever. I'm gonna just stop thinking. We're gonna do this thing. The first thing I'm gonna figure out though is if I have 10 volumes of this, is this getting calculated in here? Like if I just get rid of all these things, monthly bill, yeah, $10.61. Jeez. See, this is the whole reason why I want to lower these things to 4 gigabytes, because then my monthly bill, wait, 661. What? What about this provisioned IOPS? 761. Okay, I don't know. We're gonna have 4 of these things at 8 gigabytes. 5 actually. Yeah, so that's the part that sucks. If I'd, oh wait, no, it's because of this stuff. Get rid of that. And check that this is on the free tier. Oh, whoops. Screwed all of that up. So this is only $1 a month then. How much would the first month be on AWS? Whisper me your PayPal and I pay. No, Lewis, you don't have to do that. And either way, if I opened up donations, I'd probably open them all up for everybody at the same time. But I think that, so I'm already on the free tier. It sounds like I'm going to end up paying very, very little. The first month I paid so far was 55 cents, I think. And so what I'd like to do is shrink those volumes down to 4 gigabytes. Then I won't have an issue here. But I can't do that. And you pay for gigabyte months, which I'm not totally sure how that corresponds to not having this on all the time. I probably shouldn't worry about this. Let's just set up matchmakers. Would you like this JS code to integrate how long people have been following an event about? Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's close out of this stuff. And this. And all of this. And now let's figure out where I left off with setting up matchmakers. I think shrinking the AMI would be a great idea. I just don't know how to do that. I tried following a thing online. I couldn't get it to work. I don't know what the commands are exactly. If you understand Linux well enough, it's probably just second nature for you. Like if I wanted to copy a folder in Windows from one thing to another, I just copy paste it, right? And I know how to do that. But if I'm totally new to computers, which is how I feel whenever I dive into something like this, then it becomes harder. Okay, so I need to look at all of the different stuff that I've got over here. So let's go take a look. So I put this over here and I look at EC2. Okay, so I need to know, what is this security group? This is for the matchmakers. Does this even exist? CB50? Where are security groups? CB50. That is here. Matchmaker. Inbound rules. 8080 and 3000. Yep, looks good. Okay, so I already set this up. I just never made a matchmaker on AWS. Then this is the overseer subnet where I also apparently put matchmakers. Line 120 is totally wrong. Where is this even running? Main.js. This is create matchmaker. Okay, create MM1, create matchmaker bind. So it's on 10.7 and 10.8. Okay, matchmaker 1 and 2. All right, then let's just try it out. All right, here goes nothing. AWS. We're going to do create matchmaker 1. In fact, okay, how about we just start with that? And let's get the IP address of that. I have a pretty good feeling this isn't going to work. Pretty good feeling. But that's what we're here to try out. You know what? Get Kraken. I do not actually. I'll write that down. Zython suggests looking at Git Kraken. I like the name though. Git Kraken. It's pretty clever. Okay, so let me do this off screen for just a sec. I just need to make sure I can SSH into this thing. I shouldn't need to type a password. Yeah, it's not doing anything yet. It's still spinning up, so fine, I'll just wait. Also, I'm getting really hungry. I think after this, I'll probably get lunch, and then after that, I want to get to the point where I've tested this stuff. So if I just figure out whatever bugs there are by the end of today, I don't even know if there are bugs, I'm sure there are, then I'd be pretty happy. From what I can remember, I attached 2 images to an instance, the original and then the new. Then copy the file system, expand it, then you can snapshot it. Yeah, and that's roughly what the instructions told me to do, but then figuring out the exact commands, maybe I'll try that on stream in the afternoon. Try shrinking an AMI on stream later. Linux people could probably help me. Let's do that. Because that would save me some money. Okay, can I connect to this thing yet? Still no. Did I screw up how this instance is working? Running instance. Does it have SSH access? Here. What are its security groups? Why can't I read them all? What? Oh, oh wow. It's only part of these 2. Oh, that's not good. That's why I can't connect to this thing. Okay, well, let's just chalk that up as a loss and kill it. Kill all. And then we'll fix this. So that cost me an hour. That's okay. We have 750 of those. We just got to make sure to not do that same mistake. So security group IDs, SSH. I know what happened here. This doesn't get merged in. It gets overwritten. Tisk Adam. Tisk. Wait, what is right here though? SSH. Did I not put this for the matchmaker? I did. But what's going on? Why did I delete that instance then? Darn it. Where's... Or maybe the ID is wrong? What does this correspond to? A0B4. A0B4. That's this. Oh, that's not right. That's not right at all. I wrote the same thing twice. Oh, I think someone told me about this, and then I fixed it in the wrong code. Whoops. Well, that should have been this. God, I can't even copy paste anymore. How to use computer. There we go. That should fix this. So now we run this again. I got the Days Adam stream on Twitch. And Mike, there were a couple of days I streamed on a Saturday, I think, which didn't count as Botland days. Okay, so now if I do create MM1, we'll have a matchmaker running. And by the way, if I try running this a second time, it should fail. Yes, you already have an instance. Good. So when I do list, we get an IP address. I try connecting to that IP address. Everything works totally fine. We're all happy. Please work. Please. All right, so then if I go back to EC2, I should have one running instance, and it should have the right security groups in here. Good. SSH access. Perfect. So we just wait for this thing to be started up. It's in the pending state right now. That's why it didn't work. Why is this still pending? Usually it starts up faster than that. There it goes. You found out about it through what? Ludum Dare? What? Really? How am I even on this? Wow, I didn't even know this was a thing. And I don't know how to get on this list anymore. Because I'm clearly not on it now. Oh, set your game to Ludum Dare. Oh, I see. Yeah, they might have only been filtering it by game dev before, and now you have to say that you're playing Ludum Dare. I don't understand a single thing you're doing. Do you mind giving me a small explanation of why you need so many different servers? Yeah, sure. So, okay, there are some general concepts to understand. One is a single point of failure is very bad. And another thing is that scalability is a good thing. And what scalability is if I have 10 users, then I probably only need, let's say, one game server. If I have 100 users, then I need, 16 game servers. And if I have 1,000 users, and so on and so forth. So this is what scalability is. When I have a small amount of users, I want a small amount of game servers running. When I have a large amount, I want a large amount running. So what I have in my back end here, I have a bunch of different things. I have an overseer. This is responsible for looking over all other endpoints. And because a single point of failure is really bad, I have a backup. So overseer, what I've been calling the secondary. So there's master and there's secondary, and this acts as a failover for the first one. So if the first one crashes, the secondary will say, hey, I recognize that the first one crashed. I'm going to take over as the master overseer. So there's that system. Then there's the master matchmaker. This is responsible for finding games for players. And then there's the secondary, because again, single point of failure would be really bad there. Then there are account servers, and there are probably 4 of these. These will store and fetch user information. So for example, what bots do you have, what's in your inventory, and whatever else. How much bot coin do you have? So there are those things. There's a database server. This is this is the server that stores the information on disk and replicates it. And there are the game servers themselves. This is where people play Botland. So this is the entire infrastructure of Botland. And the reason I need so many servers is because, like I said, no single point of failure. So this is really 2 different things. This is 2 different things. This is 4 different things. This is actually 1. Amazon handles that. And then many game servers. Are instance uptime of the free tier counted by the second a minute? No, nor is it in not the free tier. And hey, Daniel Luke. Okay, so if I connect to this machine, it's working now. I'm gonna do this off screen for a sec and then put it on screen. Should not take long. There. So I'm connected and I am EC2 user. Here's what we have to do. We have to use this IP address and set up a matchmaker on this. And this knows that it's 10.0.0.7. There's actually something else that's pretty interesting about this, which is where my DNS is pointing right now. So if I go to Route 53, I have one hosted zone set up with a bunch of record sets. Can I not click that? And overseer, so matchmaker is currently pointing at 10.0.0.7. That's actually correct. So I guess let's just not modify that. Now I set up my Debian box such that my host that I'm pointing at, I'm going to comment out this and this and this and this, actually all of these things, and I'm going to paste in the AWS address. Next, I'm going to, what do I need to do here? I need to do a git pull actually, which may not have any new information. Already up to date. Okay, that's good. So then I run my Ansible command that I had from before, except there are a couple of things that are going to be different about this. One thing is the remote user is going to be EC2 user, and the other thing that's very, very important is setting is AWS to true. So let's do this. And I already screwed up. So can't SSH into the box. I think I know what's happening. This is an SSH agent problem. I didn't add this in the config. Oh, God. I don't understand the pull. Why would I sell stuff? So you sell it for getting more Botcoin. So in Botland, items typically work like this. Well, actually, yeah, buying an item, let's say buying a common item, e.g., I don't know, what do we mean? Well, let's just say missiles. Might be something like 100 Botcoin. And then selling a common item might be something like 20 Botcoin. So if you have a bunch of missiles and you don't want them, then you sell them, and then that'll let you buy something else that you do want. So that's why you would sell stuff. So duplicates are not really functional in any means. They might have a cosmetic impact at some point, but we haven't totally talked about that. So as far as deploying on this other machine, I need to set up my SSH config. I think, wait, let's do this for a second. Do I have first key pair? I do. Oh, this isn't good though. I need to set this up so that any AWS address will have this being used. All right, let's write this down in here. So set up a host for that and for that, and then set up another host for, I guess, 52.star.star.star. Host name AWS, user EC2 user, identity file, SSH slash whatever it's called, first key pair .pem. Okay, then let's paste this in. That got tabbed in really strangely. So we paste this into here. Set paste. Uh-oh. Why is that red? I think this is just weird syntax highlighting. Let's try this. Maybe this will work. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. No hosts matched. Actually, that's a different issue. Oh, no host match for the overseer. That's fine. But the matchmaker, it failed to connect to this thing. I'm doing something wrong, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe we get rid of the host name? Oh, we do. Oh, that worked. Oh, it worked. Okay, so just never use host name. That's pretty much what I'm learning here. Ancient followers unite. Okay, so this is installing everything on the machine, and I'd really like to figure out how much bandwidth this is using, but I don't know how to do that. Folks has so many viewers nowadays. I remember when he had like 12. I think there are a lot of people in chat. I think the number of viewers is very much less than the number that you see on screen right now. But then again, maybe Twitch just counts viewers. I'm not sure. So this is installing everything on the machine, which probably means that this is being thoroughly used, yes. 62%. That's actually fine. And I could bake some of this into the AMI. I've got to figure out how to do that. And thank you for the follows, everyone. You will get a whisper from BotLad with a link. You should click the link and mess around with it. Trust me, it's fun. Okay, so this installed everything. So if I do sudo su bl deploy, actually first if I run screen, sudo su bl deploy, and then I go into, do I already have bash running? Source info, permission denied. That's not good. Which infra? No infra. Why? User local bin doesn't exist? No, what it does. What's in here? Infra, what? So user local bin infra, I can't run this? I can run this. That's weird. Is that not in my path? It's not. So on AWS, okay, this is a bug. Excuse me. So the BL deploy user doesn't have user local bin in their path. How am I supposed to fix this stuff? Are you planning to earn money with the game? Yeah, I am. And this is slightly out of date, but it's described here. So the thing that's out of date here is BotBase. There's no concept of BotBase anymore. So if you just skip over reading anything about BotBase, you'll be fine. Okay. Huh. So on AWS, the BL deploy user doesn't have this in their path. So they can't do source infra. Wow. What was I doing? PM2 logs? PM2 command not found. Oh, I never sourced this. Source, PM2. PM2, we got it. Okay, so logs, what's happening? Unhandled rejection error. Connect 10005. That is true. It is unhandled. But it should keep trying it. I never thought to do that, apparently. If an endpoint can't connect to the master overseer, it needs to keep trying. Remember the magic number? What's the magic number? Also, MCS Mike, you might want to put a limit on your bot. Because what if I just spammed that command? Oh, 16. Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah, I linked that, I think, yesterday, too. Right now, the matchmaker just gives up after trying once. Okay, well, this worked. That was pretty cool. And now we need to start up one more. Does anyone know for sure where exactly I would go to see how much bandwidth I've used in AWS? Like, it's in billing somewhere. I don't want to show this stuff on stream. Man. How to, well, AWS check bandwidth usage. I know Clone was saying check the usage reports, but I only saw things about hours of usage in there, not bandwidth. Oh, wait, oh, hang on. Maybe now that I have an instance running, it'll actually show me bandwidth. Or maybe not. I don't know. Do not include instance specific data. You will find your account's total EC2 data transfer broken out by different periods of time in the reports page. So what, I'm supposed to go here? And how is this any... I don't see how you're supposed to figure this out. Website temporarily unavailable. What? If you spam it, it will stop to make sure it doesn't... Okay, good. I taped the chair just using duct tape. Okay, so this doesn't sound like something I do myself. I should set a bandwidth monitoring for at a higher level, apparently. And if they're still running, you can do this free basic monitoring via CloudWatch. So I go into CloudWatch. Okay, fine. Let's try this out. Monitoring CloudWatch. You have a new chair or you fixed the current one? I just taped the current one. It has a tiny switch where when it's pulled out, the chair can fly backwards. And when it's pressed in, it can't. So I just taped it in. Okay, so let's see. How do I use this? Hey, Dunaner. I'm glad to hear it. It's not duct tape, although duct tape is also a thing. Because people started saying that enough where I'm pretty sure they started releasing duct tape. But it's duct tape. I'm pretty sure this is just colorful tape that people made. Well, anyway, yeah. The thing I was saying was duct tape. Yeah, Duck Brand. That's it. Yeah. This is not what I used, but this is just colorful tape. Okay, so dashboards or browse metrics. What am I supposed to do here? Create a dashboard. I just want to see how much bandwidth I'm using. Oh, hey, here it is. Somewhere. Network out. This? What? What? No. How am I supposed to do this? Can I search for bandwidth? Okay, so it is network, I think. And I would expect it to be, what is the instance that I'm running on right now? It is 0298. So let's just search for this one. All I want to see is how much did this consume doing that? Because this is what it took for, yeah, this is what I want to see. Oh, there we go. Average of 5 minutes. No, total? Sum? The sum is 766 kilobytes. You guys can't see this actually. Let me move this over here. That doesn't make any sense. Network out 766 kilobytes. How did it install everything it needed in just that amount of space? I don't think this is correct. I guess it's possible that, oh wait, 5 minutes, that's why, 1 day. Where this chart doesn't even show anything now. What am I making? I'm making Botland. I am currently working on the back end and trying to put everything on AWS. And I'm trying to figure out how much bandwidth I used, and I can't. Is it considered to be network in? There's no data available. Try adjusting the time range. Okay, 1 hour. How is there no data available for this stuff? The VM's only been running for... Okay, this is stupid. No data available. All right. And even this says no data available. In fact, this seems to have just completely stopped working. Or maybe it's just network in where there's no... I don't get this. Yeah, I don't get this anymore. No matter what I pick, it doesn't show me anything. What am I supposed to do? Huh. And yeah, the Botland wiki is so slow because it's running on a shared host. If you're using free tier, it's only every 15 minutes. Oh, okay. So it is network out that I'd want to look at, right? I just want to figure out how much bandwidth am I using by reaching out to npm for all of these different installs, and also Bitbucket for the Git repos. Yeah, I know, shared host, it's terrible. So if I can only check every 15 minutes, then let's leave this on. When did I start up this instance? I really should have dates printed out here. Oh, I do have dates printed out. That was 12:52. That was 20 minutes ago. But I don't know when I ran the Ansible script. Well, I'll leave this open. Do if config on the machine a lot more accurate? What is this going to tell me? Oh. 23 megabytes. Did you go to the pizza subreddit, Mike? Oh, man. Or you can use nload. Hey, Radu. Nload on the machine. Is that something that's typically installed by default? Okay. No, I'd have to install it, I guess. Okay. So I should write this down. Let's write this in OS's. Or maybe just... Yeah, I'll write this under Unix tools. By the way, do I have ifconfig on my own machine? No. I know Windows has ipconfig. I just don't know what Unix tools are installed by default or not. And I'll just write this on the OS page then. Checking bandwidth usage. Just if it's for a single session, you can just check ifconfig under what, RX bytes? How long before you end up on the streets? I mean, that hopefully won't ever happen, so I don't know how to answer that. It's considered outdated by some distros. Alternative, I'll just write alternatively use nload. Brief note on ifconfig. It resets after like 4 gigabytes. Okay. Well, let's look up nload. Debian nload. What are you running Botland on currently? It's running on Azure right now. Package nload. Console application which monitors network traffic and bandwidth usage in real time. So I could just install this. Let's try this out on my own machine first. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's do apt-get install-nload. It's yum over here. Yum install nload. You need to be root. No package nload. This may only keep track up to a certain number of gigabytes though. Alternatively use nload. So why not make Botland on port 80? Yeah, it's a much better idea than what I've done. That way I don't need a port number specified. So there's no reason why not. I just haven't done it. So how do I get this using Yum? Yum package manager, package list. Searching for packages with Yum. Advanced searches. Can I just do Yum search nload? let's search for bandwidth, see what Yum does have for this. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna give up pretty soon on this particular thing. Excuse me. Actually, there are a lot of different things. Network diagnostic tools. I don't know which one of these would be a good idea. Well, for now, knowing that it was like... And yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using Nginx, but I could do that too. And hey, Sound of Gaming. Where did I even compute this? Okay, I've been sneezing a lot more than normal today. So this was 20, let's just say 25 megabytes. So where did I write bandwidth on here? Apparently, I did not. Yeah, I think I'm getting sick. Oh, thank you. Right, I'll check that out in a sec. So I don't know where I wrote this. I guess I'll just write this here right now. So 25 megabytes to pull my repo and install node modules. And I get 15 gigabytes. So let's see. That's what, 0.025? So yeah. Whoops. 600 installs is what I would have. But that's no traffic running to outside machines outside of those installs. So I don't think it's worth worrying about for right now. Let's try that out though. AWS's report is not bad, just wait until it's available again. Yeah, I don't know how to, I mean, like, this is just not showing me any data though. Okay, let me try the Yum tool. Or iftop, I mean. No package. Huh. Sudo Yum update. I don't want to download all these. Just Yum search. Huh, I can't find it. Try going to the actual instance in EC2 and looking at stats. I think metrics. Okay, sounds good to me. So go into here and then check out stats in my running instance. Status check, monitoring. Oh, hey, here we go. Network out. I went up to 150 kilobytes. Yeah, this is what I don't get. How is ifconfig showing me like 25 oh, that wouldn't necessarily be for network out, it'd just be for network. It could be even internal traffic, although I don't know how much of that would need to be done. But then the other thing I don't understand is, you know what, this doesn't matter. Here's what I can do. I just thought of a better way of doing this, or at least for accomplishing the particular task that I want to accomplish. So I can probably apt-get, actually let's do this with a different user. Sudo apt-get install ntop. It was even called ntop? No, it wasn't. Oh darn it, I don't want that. I want nload. All right, so I have this. Now, how does nload work? Neat. Okay, so let's run that here, nload. And then over here, what we'll do is we'll pull the botland repository somewhere. So make dir botland, actually let's just clone it from here. Git clone. How do I clone this? Like a so. And then the key file has to be that. All right, so git clone this. Is this gonna work? Could not read from a remote repository. Does git clone let you specify a key inside of here? Git help clone. Is there a -I command or something like that? How do I specify? Maybe I can't do that. Config key equals value. No, that's not what I want. I guess I could add it to my, yeah, I could start an agent up. SSH agent bash, SSH add, SSH slash, whatever that thing was called. Oh, I don't even have it on this machine. That's why this isn't working. That's not possible. Is it? What? This gets put in a SSH. And what? Oh, of the other user. Oh, whoops. So sudo cp / home bl deploy ssh / whatever this thing's called. This. Copy this into my home directory. /home / Adam / ssh. Okay, so now I should have this. This is getting screwy. Nope, I don't, because I must have copied this wrong. Where did the copy command go? Why is my console so screwed up? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Okay, well, let's try this again. Sudo cp home bl deploy ssh / this to home / Adam. There it is. Okay, now let's move it from here into SSH. Got it. And then let's do this. SSH add permission denied. Ha. Alright, we'll just change mod it then. So that I have access. We probably can't even do that. What am I even... Too many tildes. Oh, yeah, that's possible. I think yeah. So for me to do this, I could pull it as root, I guess. So where's my git clone command? Let's get out of this agent. I can't really do that, can I? I'll just switch users. That's a good idea. Now I'm root. Now I can do everything. So now I can do SSH agent bash SSH add. Can't even, darn it. Okay, added it. Now I should be able to clone the repo. Let's get this thing working. Git clone. Okay. Now what? Nload should tell me how much that just took. Incoming 25 megabytes. That seems like a lot for my Git repo. Right? The entire contents of this thing is not even 25 megabytes. Where is this? Oh no, it's way more than that. Okay, so then maybe that's reasonable. So then what about npm? So that was 25 MB for the Git repo. I really should have checked it directly before that. But now if we go into the repo and we start installing stuff, do I have Node? I do. So let's go into the overseer, for example. Or even, whoops. I have a package.json here. What is that for? Oh, dev dependencies. So in the overseer, npm install. Let's go back to nload. So installing the overseer was like 1 megabyte. That's not bad. What would it take to install everything? I'll see you, Daniel. Sean, Adam, Bitbucket. Oh, neat. I didn't know about that. Let's look it up. Unix tools. what is this? Change owner. Changes owner of a file. This is useful if I had to copy a file from another user's home folder on your machine. So sudo chunk atom file. Okay, so I installed the matchmaker. Now what are we looking at here? 29 megabytes. So installing everything else, which I guess is just in the shared folders at this point, like AWS, for example, npm install. Then constants doesn't mean anything. Logging. REST client has one, and then REST server, and then maybe util. So what is all of this doing as far as usage goes? It looks like usage is higher than I expected. So total usage from pulling from Git to installing everything else that I might need looked like 32 megabytes. That's only slightly higher than what I thought. Yeah. Did you have a typing class? No. The graph is adorable. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Happ? So I think I missed something in chat from earlier. But where did I miss it? Also, it's 1:30? Oh, man. Hang on a second. Okay. Alright, so you printed out this thing. What is this? I'm just going to say it's Java. There. So now let's figure out. Okay, so here's the code you had. What's your question here? And then, oh, hey, Original Pepper. Why are you trying to figure out how much incoming data you're using? Because eventually I want to host a repo on my Overseer for everything, for npm, for Git, and that will save me traffic. So until how much of a priority is it to do that? That's what I was trying to figure out. What's the tool you use for monitoring network on Linux? I was using nload, but that's because that's what someone in chat suggested. I don't know too much about other tools. So sudo apt-get install nload, then simply run nload, and you'll see a nice graph anytime network traffic occurs. It's C#. Problem is the area of effect isn't a field or action. Tools, schedule, execution, event arcs. I would need to know what's in this event. Yeah, it sounds like this event just needs to have an action, and then action needs to have an area of effect, and the area of effect needs this. Isn't incoming bandwidth free? Wait, am I looking at... Wait, no, incoming... Is it? I don't think so. I think it's internal bandwidth that's free. I think anything that leaves AWS's internal network costs money. Okay, so or moonin, or what was the other one? If top. All right. The only thing in the event is a trigger which holds a reference to an action. Right, and so then an action needs to have an area of effect. So if that's not the case, then you'll get a null pointer exception somewhere. Wait, incoming is free too? How does... Okay, hang on. So... there's so much I don't understand right now. I'm on an EC2 instance in AWS. I type npm install. This reaches out to npm servers and pulls a bunch of files. Pulls, let's say, 5 MB of files. Am I charged for this bandwidth? I probably am. NPM traffic would be free? Really? Huh. And yeah, Mr. Half, if you don't want it to have one, then you won't be able to do this thing that you're trying to do. Like, you either make this not null or you try pulling this from somewhere else. Everything outgoing costs money. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, Mr. Half, you want to look into typecasting then. Typecasting. So you would do something like, and I don't know what the syntax is, but you do something like, you know, if I have a generic list L equals something that gives a list, and then I know for sure that this has like a, you know, bullet speed on it, then I need to cast it to something first. So bullet speed haver, and then I'd be able to get that. But be careful with typecasting. Anyway, look into it. I don't know exactly how to do it in C#. I don't remember. Back on my server to S3, and I'm not charged for the data I'm sending them. Only the download and storage. EC2 is probably the same. You can apt-get, upgrade, and wget all day. Think of it this way. The more data you put into AWS, the more locked in you are. Wow. Huh. I did not know that. Okay, that is very important to write down here. Note, you are only charged for outgoing bandwidth. For example, if you do git pull, npm install, what else, like wget, curl, etc., you're only being charged for the request. The request, which should be very small. The actual data you're getting, this shouldn't go into free tier information. This should go into just general AWS wide information. Bandwidth. I don't know what I just typed at first there. Okay, so you are only charged for outgoing bandwidth. For example, if you do git pull, npm install, wget curl, etc., you're only being charged for the requests, which should be very small. The actual data you're getting is likely many megabytes, but you're not charged for that. You are charged for requests that clients emit to your servers. So if they pull HTML files, for example, you're getting charged for that. So then, oh yeah, and also yeah, internal traffic is 100% free, no matter the direction. So if you do a git pull from one EC2 instance to another. Wait, so one other little question there, which doesn't matter so much to me, but is that cross-region too? Charge for the outgoing request. What I'm saying is, I am on, where's this thing? So this reaches out to NPM servers. The outgoing traffic is me saying something like this. Like, let's say NPM was HTTP NPM, and there was some package I want. If I do a git on this, this is some small number of bytes, but this is outgoing bandwidth. So this is a request to get this, and then so this is, let's say the git itself is like, well, I don't know, 60 bytes or something like that, and then the actual packages are going to be are going to be, 5 megabytes. So then so this is request response, 5 MB of files. They charge for interregion. Center rate. Yeah, so maybe if this is confusing to everyone else, then that likely means it's going to be confusing to me coming back into this. Or I'll just write this, e.g. 60 bytes for an HTTP GET. I'll just write 100 for that. That's so small it doesn't matter. Yeah, I totally agree. Okay, so if you do a git pull from one EC2 instance to a repo stored on another EC2 instance, then it's free, as long as they're in the same region, since cross region is over a wider, Oh. All right, we're learning a lot of stuff. So that's why my traffic usage was so low. This thing where it said I'm using 150 kilobytes, I don't even care about this, because it's 150 kilobytes and I get 15 gigabytes. Why did I say be careful about typecasting? Because it can imply that you're not using interfaces correctly. So let's say every single time you had to typecast something like this, I don't know syntax for this, so I'm just gonna write stuff and maybe it'll make sense. So you'd have some like bullet list implements I bullet or something like that. And so this would give you some methods that you have to override. And that way, if you wrote your code like this afterward, equals like something that gives a list, L, then now you don't have to cast it so long as there's a bullet speed thing in here. Public float bullet speed, whatever, return foo. So now you could do L.bullet speed and you wouldn't need to cast it. So that's all I'm saying. And also the other thing with casting that you have to worry about is that this thing is not actually the type you're trying to cast it to. And C# has a way of handling that. I think it's the as operator. I think it's the as operator. So you just look at it online. And I'm not, like I said, I haven't used C# in a while, so I'm only giving you general information here. Where would Adam be without chat? Yeah, so let me give out some points. Let's see, clone gets 1, and Lewis gets 1, and everyone gets 1. And then let's just spam chat some more by doing a giveaway. Yay. There has been a lot. Also, I'm very surprised that I said I was hungry like an hour and a half ago. People started linking pizza pictures, and now it's almost 2 o'clock. Which, by the way, this is my time here. This is a temporary way to handle the graphical effects from Slash. Well, I only have one attack. Okay. He's just playing with me. What? Oh, whoops. I didn't realize. Okay, there's 2 points. Can we spend points to get a light token? I can just give you a light token. Oh man, alright, so I was on a task from a while ago. Yeah, let me write something really quickly in here. AWS wide information, so free tier information, so bandwidth, note, check out this. Out overall services. To find out what out means, read this note. No link for lights. Oh, it should be there in a little while. Just if it doesn't arrive in the next minute, let me know. Because that could mean that my bot crashed. Let me take a quick look. Online, and online. It didn't create a token for you yet though. So yeah, you might be on the old list. Actually, you know what? I might not think you're in chat. Yep, that's the problem. It thinks that only 19 people are in chat. So let me just restart the bot. That should fix this. Yeah, and it's probably gonna give. Oh man! So anyone else who followed, show me that lunch list. You're on the lunch list. You must be. Lunch. There you are. So yes, you're on the lunch list. Don't worry. I shall use it when you least expect it. Every once in a while, I forget to turn the bot off, and it's like 6 p.m. and someone changes my lights, and I usually check out the console to see who it was. Okay, what are we, what am I doing? Why is my brain so mushy? I wanted to set up a matchmaker. I don't think I'm going to do this right now. I think I'm going to do this after lunch. I think I need to eat food. So I should write where I left off here. And by the way, after I'm back from lunch, I'm going to finish the stuff, but I just need to eat something. So where I left off, I installed the matchmaker on AWS, but I did not install an overseer. I want to shrink the AMI before doing that stuff. Okay, when I get back, what would be really helpful is if people who knew Linux were also here because I want to try this later. And I'm not going to be able to get it on my own. So let's do the whole lunch list thing. Let me try to close out of some of the stuff that I have that's running. Oh, like the AWS instance. Let's kill that. Kill all. First, I want to close out of this entirely. So kill all. We won't have anything running. So when I come back from lunch, we can start this all up from the beginning. So this stuff will be fine. We close out of that. Yeah, everything else is good. Which, by the way, did this work? Info. No, now it thinks that the only person in chat is Zatron3. So apparently my bot is not going to give out any tokens to people today. I don't know if this is a Twitch chat API problem or what. Well, whatever. Let's load up the lunch list. So we'll take all these names. We'll put them in here. Permute unique. Here are all the people who are unique. Everyone else is a clone. Remove from lunch BRB. Okay, then get rid of this stuff, this stuff, this stuff, and join them all. Okay, so BRB lunch 45M. All right, well, thank you all for watching so far. I will be going to lunch, and then when I get back, I'll be on for another 2.5 hours. Also, some other news I just want to share quickly, as long as a lot of people are watching. So, the computer that I ordered, which you can find out about through that link that's in chat. It should be arriving on Thursday, which is a day that I don't stream. So I'm hoping on Friday I have my new computer. I'm hoping. And then also, there are a bunch of straw polls. Let me link this one more time. So please vote in that straw poll. This is the one that talks about whether you'd want to watch me play a game or play a game with me. And this is a very neck and neck straw poll. So that's it. I'm going to go to lunch. Thanks again for watching. Please follow if you like what you see. Close out of all of this stuff. And we can leave this open over here. Okay, cool. I'll take care. Be back in a bit. Let's see. There it is. Gosu Wannabe, if you're still here, just say anything in chat because I just came back from lunch and I imagine that a lot of people aren't here. Yeah, so let me see Pro Sam. So let's take a look. Oh, cool, Gosu. Okay, that's nice. And thanks, Echo, for helping him out. All right, so I have my gulp file here. Let me see if I have any simple one. Yeah, this isn't too bad. So I pipe some source into plumber, if else source maps, blah, 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 pipe it into Babel. Okay. And then let's take a look at your code. So you pipe it into Babel. So if you're piping it into Babel directly, then you need a Babel something, something, what are those things called? Yeah, you need a Babel configuration file. So the way I've done it, I piped it in like this, so this acts as my config. I think you need a Babel RC that has this stuff in it. Babel is a transpiler for JavaScript. So it'll turn ES6 into ES5. If you go to Babel's REPL, you can check this out. So here's some ES6 code that I've typed, and here's what it turns to in ES5. I'll paste this in the chat if you want to check this out. So yeah, ProSam, I think you should really just, oh, where did that go? Yeah, you should just try this out. And object assign you don't even necessarily need. Just set presets to ES 2015. And then the only other thing you need to make sure to do is install all of the Babel stuff that you need, like ES 2015 preset. So I'll type this out for you. npm install save this. You also need Babel and probably gulp Babel. Right. Babel is gulp Babel, yeah. Then your gulp file is going to look something like this. And then you have some task, gulp.task, JS function, turn gulp dot source JS source dot pipe Babel, then put these presets in here, and then pipe it into dest. So I think this should be it. I will put this on Pastebin for you. There you go. Okay. Okay, people have steered themselves toward watch me play a game. I'm gonna have to take votes on this stuff. I'll probably do that tomorrow. And yeah, no problem. Hopefully it helps. Hopefully it works. So I wanted to set up an AMI next that has only what I want on it and only the size that I need. So I wrote down some instructions. Apparently not here. Shrinking a volume. Yeah, I couldn't figure this out. Babel is essentially a platform that translates everything to older versions for compatibility. Yes, but the reason why isn't really for, well, okay, so the way you phrased it makes me think more like I wrote something for Windows 7 that I can now use on Windows XP, let's say. But this is more like we're in the year 2000 and I wrote something for Windows 10, which hasn't been released yet, and I still want to run it on my whatever I'm running in Windows 2000. So Babel is used because browsers don't currently understand ES6 completely. So you write code in a language that isn't really understood yet, and then it gets turned into a language that is understood. Now, this whether they understand them completely or not, I don't think any browser fully supports it yet, at least not by default. And even Node doesn't fully support it. Yeah, it's something like if you HTML5 to HTML, I guess so, something like that. Oh wait, because it was not yet updated in browsers. Well, it's, yeah, I think, okay, I'll just give you a quick example. Const x equals 5, x equals 6, not allowed, because it was const, because it's const. So this is something that was introduced in ES6. Browsers probably do support const by now. But anyway, Babel would turn this into var x equals 5, x equals 6. So here's the ES6 code, here's the ES5 code. So that's all Babel does, turns it from ES6 to ES5. It's not all it does, there's some other stuff too, but that's mostly it. Okay, so shrinking an AMI. I had a reference page here, and they said attach 2 volumes to a running instance, the first based on the snapshot you want to shrink, the second a blank volume having the new size you want to shrink to. So first of all, is there anyone in chat who thinks they could do this without following a set of instructions? Because if so, I am going to defer to you. And if not, I'm going to just try this again, I guess. Excuse me. I just swallowed wrong. I remember why this didn't work. Because the file system check didn't pass. That's why this didn't work. So there's nothing I could even do there. And I don't know why it didn't pass. Maybe it's something I screwed up. Although they said check the file system of the first volume and repair any errors. Yeah, but this thing didn't pass. Repair errors. It said that there. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna have to try this out. Guess I'll be not getting some points. Yeah, well, the rest of the instructions would hopefully be straightforward if the first part works. Let's see. I shouldn't have any instances right now. I don't. That one was terminated. So then what do I need to do? I need to start an instance. So let's do create safe. I don't know what this is going to create exactly. That's the same page that I followed last time? Oh, cool. Well, then maybe you can help me out. All right, so let's go into EC2. I have my instance here. There are a couple of things I can do. One is instance settings, change termination protection. We can enable it. That way it won't terminate on deletion. Then in AMIs, or actually in volumes here, I should have, yeah, okay. What languages are you familiar with? So that, I can't tag you in this for some reason. There we go. There are some of them at least. Okay, what is this, ProSam? Unexpected token name test. I mean, without seeing your code, I don't know why this is happening. You'd have to send me your main.js. which by the way you can use pastebin for. Or if you want to conceal your main.js so you don't send it to me, then just write something like this. Function foo export foo. Export default foo. This is an ES6 only construct. So if you wanted to just make main say that, and then this code should definitely work in ES6, and so then let me know. Before you know it's Blockly. Okay, so we gotta follow these instructions. Attach 2 volumes. The first based on the snapshot you want to shrink. So I should have that in volumes. This is currently attached. So I think we need to stop. We need to stop this machine. Is it? Yep, it's running. Okay, cool. So let's stop it. Oh, whoa, what does connect do? What does this do? Okay, hang on. Wow, cool. They put a Java SSH client. What do you think about the Atom text editor? I haven't used it too much. It's probably good. This is all I have in main. So you got an error saying so much harder to follow when everything's a picture. Unexpected token name test. Yeah, this code looks fine. And then let me see your gulp file. I don't know. Yeah, and I would try to make your gulp file as simple as possible. And yeah, I figured it was probably bad clone. I'd never actually seen that before. But I want to stop this instance. Stop. That should not kill my volume because I had termination protection on. Then I want to create a new volume that's only 4 gigabytes. So attach 2 volumes. The first based on the snapshot, and the second a blank volume having the new size you want to shrink to. So I think we do create volume. We say size 4 gigabytes. Oh, it has to be in the same availability zone, I think, which is 2C. So let's set that 4 gigabytes. Snapshot ID, I don't think we need that. So create. Now I'm going to write down my own steps here. Create a volume in the same availability zone. Create a 4 GB volume in the same availability zone. So one was spin up an EC2 instance based on an AMI. Enable termination protection, stop the instance, and attach the volume, the 4 GB volume. I use basebin. Okay, yeah, so let's paste this into here. So you have compile.js. So plumber, uglify. I would cut this down just to Babel. So like get rid of these lines, for example. So just comment this stuff out, comment this stuff out, and yeah. So just make sure that you have Babel working. And everyone, ProSam is trying to use Babel, so classes should work. But yeah, I'd get rid of the rest of this stuff. And just try that. And you have Gulp Babel, okay. And you will need to have installed that package I told you about, Gulp ES 2015 preset or something like that. Okay, so let's see. By the way, EJ, I'm doing the task that you explicitly did not want me doing. So take that. Now this is available, so we attach this to the instance, which is this, and it's dev SDF. So I'm gonna keep track of that too. So small instance / dev SDF. Should you always use Babel just to be safe? I just bought a book on JS, so it might be ES6. No, I don't think you should just to be safe. I think if you want to use the features from ES6 and you want to support browsers that may not have it, then yes, you should be using Babel. And if let's say you're targeting a platform that you know for sure is going to have it, let's say I'm writing JavaScript for a server that I'm controlling myself and it's not just for arbitrary users, then no, you don't need it. Okay, so attach. So we attach the disk. Now what? Now check the file system. So I got to boot this thing back up. So we take our stopped instance and we start it. Yes, start. And then we SSH into it. So list should give us an IP address. It is in the pending state, so it doesn't have an IP address yet. Uh-oh. When's it going to have an IP address? I was just taking its time, I guess. Okay. Well, we got to keep waiting then. There it goes. Now it has an IP address. So now we can connect to this thing, which again, I just need to do really quickly off screen for a sec. No, we can't connect to it because it's not finished starting up yet, or it doesn't have my security group that I want. Nope, it has it. Okay. So we just gotta wait. How long before browsers support it? I think it'll be a while, because it was called ES 2015 and it's now 2016. So who knows how long that's going to take. Node.js is actually doing a pretty good job at supporting some of these features, and there's a Harmony flag for it too. Okay, so here's my machine. So now if I do lsblk, I don't know what that's supposed to stand for, by the way. What is it? List block devices. Okay, cool. So I have the 4 GB one, which is the small drive XVDF, and then the 8 GB one, which was the main drive on this. Okie doke. So it says check the file system of the first volume. Oh, what's this? You need to get some information from the AMI you want to shrink. So this was written at a time when... This was written 5 years ago and edited 3 years ago. Oh, man. Because, yeah, I don't think I have a kernel ID and a RAM disk ID for this stuff. Like if I click this, where's kernel ID? Yeah, kernel ID is here, and it's just a hyphen. And same thing with RAM disk ID. So launch Linux instance. After it's running, attach a snapshot. Then create it. So I attached it before it was running. Create a new volume having the size you want. Create a 5 GB. Don't create this volume from a snapshot. Actually, do I gain anything by having it be 4? I guess I do. I can have 7 instances instead of 6. So we need a new blank volume. Okay, cool. SSH in the machine, but don't mount the attached volumes. So I'm pretty sure it's already been mounted. Is this upgrading Node all over it? Yeah, I mean pretty much. This is me floundering around with trying to get this stuff to work. So at this point, I erred on the side of paranoia and opted to check the file system on the large volume just to make sure there are no errors. So this is what failed for me last time. So if I try running this, first of all, my large volume is XVDA. It says it's in use. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. But even if... I think I need a copy of the volume attached. Type mount as root. Okay. Oh, good, Pro Sam. Yeah, nice. Ow. I bit my tongue. I blame Linux. Oh, man. So XVDA 1? Oh, because it's already been mounted? So sudo mount, you'll see your main drive. So ls block, this will show you your attached volumes. So your main drive has dev xvda1 on / type ext4. And Brower, JavaScript still doesn't have classes. It's prototypal inheritance, and its classes are just syntactic sugar for it. Hey, coffee kills. Perhaps this will help more. Have I seen this before? I don't think I have. When was this from? Where's the date? February 3rd. Well. Okay, yeah, let's follow this. Thank you, Lewis. Okay, so let's read the whole thing then. Doing this with EBS volumes can be challenging, especially when they're mounted as the root device. Post is intended to provide step-by-step instructions on how to expand or shrink the size of an EBS volume. Before you start, please make sure that you have a backup. This means shutting it down, taking a snapshot. Yeah, so I have a snapshot in the form of the AMI, but even if I didn't, it was very easy to set up. So I don't have anything I could lose doing this other than money. How much space are you reserving for logs? Very little, because when I later want to have more space for logs, I can just size the volume up by doing these same steps. So when you wish to shrink an EBS volume, you need to start a new small EC2 instance that you can attach to the volume you wish to resize. T2 micro should be more than sufficient. Once you have this instance created, proceed with the following steps. Oh, this guy's going to wait for me. Isn't that nice? Create a new EBS volume that is the size you wish to shrink to, so that's done. Detach the volume you wish to resize from the instance and attach both volumes to the new small EC2 instance you created. Mount the old volume as that. Mount the new volume as that. Oh, I see. So in my case, I could just take a snapshot, it sounds like. That error occurred because I was uglifying it before I used Babel. Yeah. Play with you one last time. I think having less space than 8 gigabytes is a waste of time because you'll quickly scale back to 8 gigabytes. With that, I'll let you do it. Well, I think, okay, so I've already definitely wasted time on this. So no matter what, I'm already in the hole. But if I spend, let's say this takes 40 minutes to do, and it relieves some of the stress from my mind, then I think it'll be worth it. So let's give us a time limit. Countdown timer. Give ourselves 40 minutes. -3 hours. Start. No, I want -7 hours. Start. All right, I guess this thing doesn't like negative time. So 40 minutes. And now we just watch it and hit reset. And then go. Speed running. All right, so attach the volume. And we want to do this. So let's see. Slow it on down here. So I'm going to follow these instructions. I think taking a snapshot of the volume that I had originally is a good idea. And then I can attach that if I want to. So this shouldn't have anything extra running on it. Right? Yeah, I don't think I do. So I think I can just take a snapshot. Let's try that. I'll stop the instance first. Oh, hey, Night Killer. What are we doing today? Same thing we do every day, Night Killer. Try to take over DevOps. Mount both volumes of this instance, the 8 gigabyte one and the 4 gigabyte one. Yeah, and I think the issue that I was having is, okay, when I start an instance using an AMI, it already has an 8 gigabyte one and a 4 gigabyte one. But the 8 gigabyte one is already in use. So I think I'm going to take a snapshot of this and try it out this way. So this should be, it's still stopping. I gotta wait for this. It's still stopping. Take your sweet time, computer. Also, ProSam, you keep typing terminal. What is it you're looking for? Is it Konimu? Okay, so this is stopped. So now what we can do is we can take a snapshot of one of these volumes, this one. Create snapshot. Which, do I already have a snapshot? I have it in the form of my AMI. Can I create, oh, I can create a volume from this. Well. Create. Oh, that was fast. Oh, well, it's not done. That's why it was fast. And yeah, I can go modify that. Console. We can change this to for terminal. Okay, so one of the things that I want to do here is write this into my instructions that I have. So where do the instructions go? Here. Spin up an EC2 instance based on an AMI. Create a snapshot that is the size of your AMI. You can do this, create a volume. Create another volume from your AMI. To do this, just go into your AMIs, your snapshots, EBS snapshots, actions, create volume. EBS snapshots, actions, create volume. Okay, create a 4 GB volume, so create an empty 4 GB volume in the same availability zone. So enable termination protection, stop the instance, attach the 2 volumes, small instance, we'll say the large instance is this, and let's do it. So all of the volumes should be existing, good, and then we attach to the only instance I have as SDG, good. What is the console used for? So if you ever launch command prompt or terminal or anything like that, ConEmu is just for hosting a bunch of these windows. So it's a console emulator. It provides a couple of extra things. One thing that's nice is it has tabs, obviously. You've seen me use that. The other thing that's kind of nice is that I have things like being able to zoom in on a window and highlighting things better and having better colors. And there's just a lot of nicer stuff. Shortcuts that make sense. So, yeah. Okay, next up I can start the instance again. So let's start this up. Start, yes. Now we wait for that. Start the instance, SSH into it. So let me plug my phone in, there. Okay, next up. And what is this thing doing? Oh yeah, countdown timer. We'll pin that. So where was the blog? Here it is. Okay, so create a new EBS volume that is the size you wish to shrink to. Detach the volume you wish to resize from the current one and attach both volumes to the new small one. So they said, oh, they did things backwards. That's going to be, oh, I'll just need to remember to reverse everything. So power on the new one. Since we're reversing everything, we'll turn off the new instance. So let's just go power that off. And there. So that's powered off. Now we'll SSH into it with the power off. This is low power mode SSH. Did that not copy paste? Connection refused. Okay, so sudo mount. We should have, well, that's not what I expected. XVDG is mounted? So XVDA is no longer mounted? How did it decide to do that? What, do I have node? Yes. Which node is coming from slash, which is XVDG, huh? Don't forget the time split when you finish this step. There's no, yeah, I don't have any, I can't do that. That's too bad. They don't have my splits on here. So small instance, large instance, SSH into it. Sudo mount, you'll see your main drive as, yeah, so my main drive showed this. Okay, what do they have here? SSH, ensure that this file system is in order, run this. And their instance is differently named than mine, so I need to do G here. And it says it's mounted, so I can't do that. But that's fine, I can use A. That worked! This didn't work for me last time. Wow. I'm already getting farther. Wait, so run file system check on your AMI, on the copy of your AMI. Because my main drive is XVDG1. So I'll just print out what this stuff shows. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna give some points over. So because this is XVDG1, I want to run on XVDA1. So that's good. Next what? If you're resizing a different partition, change the number 1 to the partition number you wish to resize. Oh, that's a good thing to know. So, FYI, disks do not have numbers. The partitions have numbers. That's what that was. So it's the first partition on that. So if this ran without errors, then resize that drive. So if there were no errors, well, no, it hasn't worked yet, but this command didn't work for me last time. I must have been running the wrong thing. I followed the worst tutorial, and people were complaining about this tutorial in the blog post, and they weren't, I don't know, I was just annoyed. It was probably my fault, but no, actually, if enough people commented on it, I guess other people had issues too. So I'm going to do this now. So we're going to, again, change the 1 to the partition number you wish to resize to if you're not resizing the first one. But I am resizing the first one, so we want to do this. And now it's playing a game of tic-tac-toe in one dimension. The last line from the resize command should tell you how many 4K blocks the file system now is. To calculate the number of 16 megabyte blocks you need, use the following formula. Block count times 4 divided by 16 times 1024. Round this number up to give yourself a little buffer. So this was something that they mentioned on here as far as how many blocks they have. Yeah, here. So in my case, the shrunk file system was just over 1 gigabyte because I had installed a lot of other programs. I probably could have gotten away with just copying the size, rounded up to near 60 megabytes, but I want to play it safe. So they did 2 gigabytes. Yeah, interesting. I wonder, but this thing doesn't say to do it that way. It says round this number up to give yourself a little buffer. First of all, let's figure out what that number is. This is how many blocks long it is. So I just use bookmarks I never look at. The Unix police. All right, 560, 194. So it said to do this times 4 divided by 16 times 1024, which is 70 blocks. It said round it up. So I guess if I picked 100 blocks, if I picked 128, it would be 2 gigabytes, right? 128 times 16 is 2 gigabytes exactly, yeah. Oh, 16 megabytes. So do I want to do that? What does this even mean? Yeah, I don't understand. Like, if I change the file system so that it's 1 gigabyte, 2 gigabytes, 3, any of that, does that mean... What does that mean? You did 2024, not 1024? Oh, whoops. Wow, I wrote 2014. I didn't write anything the right way. Super dyslexia. All right, points. Digite 1. Wait, so let's just copy paste this so I can't possibly have screwed this up. Block count times 4. So this is 136. Wow. So, and that's 16. Interesting. I guess I could have done that by just multiplying that. So I already have more than 2 gigabytes on here. I guess Amazon Linux has a bunch of stuff on it. Huh. Seems like a lot. Okay. Well, this is that many megabytes, which is just over 2 gigs. Let's set it to 2.5 gigs, I guess. So let's do 2.5 times 1024 divided by 16 is 160. So I want it to be 2.5 GB, so I would want 160 16 MB blocks. All right, good. So if you don't have a partition yet on your new volume, use fdisk to create one. Oh, this links to a whole other set of things. Creating a partition. Use the n command. So how do I run this? Sudo fdisk on the disk. Okay, so do I already have it? The new one is xdf, and I didn't have it. So I do sudo fdisk. How do I enter their shell? Oh, right, with slash dev slash xvdf. Yeah, Inception tutorial. Okay. My small volume is dev xvdf, so do this. All right, then I run n as my command because I want a new partition, and then I don't know what to do. Use n. You can create a logical or primary partition. You can only have 4 primary ones. What? I think P. I want NP. NP. First sector. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what this is. Oh, first free start on the disk. Okay, yeah, enter. And then last sector. If you want to use up all available space, just press enter. You can also specify a specific size, such as 5G, 512M. If you don't specify a unit, fdisk uses. So I think I want the whole thing. Dash. Right? Do I just press enter here? Because this would use the entire disk. I'd make a partition that is the size of the disk. I think I want to do that because the other ones are 8 gigabytes. Yeah, so let's do that. All right, so partition is set up. So all of the options I specified are default after pressing N. Type N to make a new partition. Then use all of the default options, which will create one main partition whose number is 1 and whose size is the entire volume. Okay, great. So I can quit this thing. Good thing Q was the quit command. All right, so lsblk. So we still have, oh, there's no partition there. Whoa. That doesn't sound right. List known partition types. Is there a way to show the current partition? Viewing partition table, press P. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Vector size IO device. So wait, this didn't work. What if I run this on XVDA and I do the P command? Yeah, it has a partition on it. That's for sure. So then, did I just screw this up over here? What if I just ran this again? New primary, enter, enter, enter. Partition 1 of type Linux and size is set. Yeah, so then I can... Oh, quit without saving changes is what Q is. Oh my god. Also, you probably forgot W, right? Jeez. This is why you don't just type random things into a command and expect it to work. Okay, so after doing that, make sure to type W to write out the changes instead of Q to quit without saving. I discovered a command today. It's called screw everything up. So type W. Okay, so now LSBLK should show your partition. Great. So to make sure you did everything correct, at least I knew that I screwed up. That's important. I'm giving myself credit for that. I just did that. Make sure you did everything correctly. Type ls block and make sure your partition shows. Okay, cool. So I've got that. That was actually a really, I like this page, by the way. This page was very helpful. It had pictures of everything. There's a nice plum color in the background, or at least what I assume is a plum color. Yeah, that's plum. We're calling that plum. Execute the following command using the number you came up with in the previous step. So depending on how large your volume is, because this could take several minutes. Well, we're speed running this, so we're gonna burst the CPU. So block size is 16 megabytes. This is probably the input file system, which is gonna be the large one that is not mounted, which is A. So we're gonna use A here. And then the output is gonna be the small one that we just made, which is F. And then the count is going to be a Sesame Street character, which is 160. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. My shirt is red. It is a very unripe plum. 40-minute stress relief typing session. Okay, so then I just run this. I just run this command. Let's do it. So there's no progress for this command, I'm assuming? It just takes time? Okay, well then let's just write down when I started this and look at the next command. So after the copy finishes, resize and check and make sure that everything is in order with the new file system by running this. Wait a second. If this is going to resize the file system, then it's going to make it take up exactly the number of blocks it needs to, right? What's the whole point of me picking that number? I think this roundup was correct, that there's no real problem if you're going to resize the file system on the target disk. Wait, was the count not on Sesame Street? The count. I never saw that show. Or maybe I did. Is this a Sesame Street character? Yes. Count Von Count. Did not know he had a longer name than Count. Hey, this worked. That actually was super fast. Yeah, it took like less than a minute. So 2.7 gigabytes copied. Why 2.7? Oh, that's gigabytes, not gibby bytes. 2.5 gibby bytes to gigabytes is 2.7. Ah, that's where that number came from. Powers of 2, not powers of 10. Okay, so that worked. Now what? Septi says Internet Explorer. Septi, I have no idea where you're getting that from? Not even using IE. What is Gibby? Gibby is the power of 2, like, okay, so a Gibby byte is 2 to the 30th. Whereas a gigabyte is 10 to the 9th. So let's just look at a Kibby byte. A Kibby byte is 100 or 1024 bytes. A kilobyte is 1,000 bytes, because kilo is the 1,000 prefix, and Kibby is like the binary 1,000. Megabytes. I mean, they sound really funny. It's like a little kid is trying to say megabyte. Daddy, how many megabytes is your computer? Daughter, we don't measure our computers in megabytes anymore. Actually, would they be tebibytes? I don't know what the other prefixes are. I assume they just keep going up in equally stupid names. So once this is done, we want to resize the following disk. Run this followed by the file system check. So this is on the new disk, or the new file system, I should say, which is this for me. What? That ran almost immediately. I guess it, okay, cool. Followed by this. Hey, it worked. Okay, cool, pass. Yeah, caring about Giga versus Gibby isn't really that important, but I did care about it for this because I wondered why I copied more bytes than I thought it should. Levy bytes. After the step is complete, detach both volumes from the new instance you created. Attach the shrunken volume to the old EC2 instance, restart it, save the previous larger volume until you've validated everything's working properly. When you verify things are working well, feel free to delete the one you created. So now I can make a snapshot of this new one if I feel like. So I think we're done. I think I can mark this as we're good. Stop. So I had 15 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. That took 25 minutes to do. So next I should be okay to stop and make an AMI. Stop the instance and make an AMI from the shrunken volume. PB. Also world record. You still, oh, Spurtman, what I was doing is, so Amazon has Elastic Block Store, which can back your VMs that are running. So they're just disk drives, and or well, I should say volumes. So they're 8 gigabytes by default, and I wanted it to only be 4 gigabytes so that I don't pay money until I've used 8 VMs. So now if I were to stop, actually this instance, yeah, let's stop it. So stop the instance, great. Go into volumes. So I want to save off both of these pages. So shrinking a volume. I'll say best reference. And I'll save this off as expert reference. Okay, so screw this. This doesn't need to be there anymore. You should be good now to use the new snapshot of the smaller disk too. Yeah. I would just create a file system and copy the files there. Yeah, I think I didn't need to resize a partition. I had to just make a volume and then make a partition on it. That's all. Okay, so going back into here, I have this 4 gigabyte one. How do I make an AMI from this? I could create a snapshot from this. I can get rid of, what was it? Actually, both of these. Because, yeah, neither one of these things is going to matter. Which one is SDG? Let's get rid of that one. Let's detach this. Yes. And we just wait for that to finish. Good, and then delete it. Done. Now, so that I don't screw anything up, let's make a snapshot of the 4 GB volume. So create snapshot, name 4 GB volume, just created this. Okay, so then that's good. And then we should be able to get rid of this. Yeah, actually, let's detach the other one too. Let's just delete this entirely. That's been detached. I can actually delete that at any time. I guess I'll just delete it now. Delete, yes. Okay, and now let's start up this instance again. Error. Does not have a volume attached at root. Okay, fine. I guess we detach and reattach this. It doesn't let me attach it as root. Uh-oh. Okay, I guess I just attach it here. Then what do I do about this instance, though? Yeah, so I still won't be able to start this up, right? Yeah. I apparently could start it anyway. I doubt that'll work. Can I change the... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So wait, can I... No. I don't know. Maybe I can make... Maybe I can make an image out of this? What are the actions I'm allowed to do here? Create volume, create image. Oh, create image, yeah. Oh, that's it. Okay, then that's what we'll do. We'll just shut this down entirely. No problem. Detach, yes. Delete. Control Z. If only. Delete. Cool. Terminate this. Actions. Disable protection. Terminate. Done. Actually, this is probably a terrible idea. This is pending, and it was copying from a snapshot. I don't know what this is doing, but I might have just screwed everything up. If you Control Z long enough, you might disassemble the computer. Root is not defined by what device ID it's given, but by, the file system table. Huh. Well, I gotta just wait for this to finish, and then I think I can make a volume from this, or an image from this, and then figure things out after that. What do I need to do here? I went to volumes, then action. Nope, it was in the process of deleting. But it can't delete until it's actually made the snapshot, huh? I went to volumes, actions, create image. And do you have any experience with Lua? Yeah, I have some experience with it. So I'm still just waiting for this thing to finish. And then this should have an AMI. Or does it not? Created by create image for AMI. This should have that too. Oop. I think I screwed up. AMIs. Yeah. Darn it. I think I screwed up. When do you decide to put something in OneNote and when do you create a text file? I usually create a text file when I'm like staging it for OneNote. So I haven't figured out if these are the correct steps or not. I think they are, and I think I just need to write some of the notes in here. In fact, I could just copy paste this in here for now. But that's a big mess. Where do we stand with this thing? It's completed. So I guess I can make... How do I do this? this is a snapshot, but I've deleted the instance that we have. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what I did. I meant to make an AMI out of it, which is what I thought I was doing. Apparently I was making, let me check something out. Let's say I make a 1 gigabyte drive here. Create. Okay, so this thing had an option for, apparently it didn't. I thought there was a create image. How did I do this then? How did this end up here? Did I make a snapshot? Yeah, I think I just did create snapshot. Oh, that was a mistake then. Well, I think this can be fixed. Oh, what? Superman, I didn't know you have videos for this stuff. Wow. Walking thingy. Neat. Okay, so I definitely screwed this up. I think I want to use this snapshot to make a volume, then attach the volume to a VM, and then use that to make an AMI. So let's see if I can actually coherently do those steps. Also, I don't know why that took forever to delete. This is still deleting. I don't think I'm charged for it when it's in a deleting phase though. Okay, well this is terminated. Let's make a new one. Launch instance. I wanna, how do I launch an instance from a volume and not with an AMI? I don't know if I can do that. Huh, let's see. AWS create EC2 instance from snapshot. Oh yeah, Love 2D is what I used as well, I think. Is this possible? Need utilize for the creation of AWS. Not explicitly interact with them. So you don't want to use create snapshot. Okay, yeah, I screwed up. I screwed up enough where I'm not sure how to get out of this. So I have a snapshot of the 4 GB volume, but I wanted that to be an AMI. I think you can only make AMIs out of running EC2 instances or stopped EC2 instances. So it sounds like I need to make an EC2 instance. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Let's just do this. I'll just do create save here. Great. So, and then we'll attach this to the running instance. So I'll have 2 8 GB volumes and 2 4 GB volumes. That should be fine. Let's create a volume out of this then. Great, put it in 2C, doesn't really matter. So it's created, and then I want to attach this to the instance that I have running. Available, attach volume to the instance. Yes, good. Okay, so created an EC2 instance from my AMI that I already had. Created a volume from the snapshot that I'd taken. Attached it to the running instance. And now I should be able to SSH into it and then figure out how to fix what I did. Not bad, right? All right, SSH This won't work until it's been online for a long time. But then what do? I wanted to get rid of the, what did this thing say? After this step, detach both volumes from the new instance, attach the shrunken one to the old instance as your boot device. Yeah, I didn't know how to do that. Restart your old instance. Yeah, that was the one thing I couldn't figure out how I was supposed to do. Huh. That's all I needed to figure out. And it, yeah, let's, oh, the timer time I stopped that. Yeah, I don't care so much. ls block. Yeah, there's the small one. How do I make that my mount point? Wait, it is my mount point. But it's not my, whatever it's called. What is that thing called? Boot device. Yeah, I need to be my boot device. How do I do that? Set disk as boot device. I don't know how to do this. It just said attach it as SDA1. I don't think I was able to do that. Yeah, because when I tried to attach it, I'm not sure. Yeah, I know. I don't know how to do what it is I wanted to do here. Let me think about this. Oh, I wasn't even trying to figure out how to do it in AWS. I figured this is something I could do just on Linux. If I'm in this situation where I have, this is my boot device, but this is, here's what I want to do. I want to detach this, which I don't think is allowed. Yeah, cannot detach root volume. So, okay, AWS change root volume. Let's just look that up. Oh, it's dead easy. Wow, thanks Stack Overflow. Stop the instance, attach the alternate one. Oh, you need to specify the one in there? Okay, well then that's the problem. So that's it, and we just go do that. So this is the one that's running. We set this to stopped after enabling termination protection on it. Do that, wait for it to be stopped. Stopping. I don't know how long this takes. Okay, well, I don't think there's any way I can speed this up. So I'll wait another 10-15 seconds and then try again. There, it stopped. So now I go into here, I detach both volumes, I guess. And I attach just the smaller one to this as dev SDA1 attach. Oh, that works. Okay. Yeah. To stop the instance and attach just the smaller volume as the root device. You just type dev SDA1 when attaching, despite that the UI says you need to specify dev SDF through whatever. Hey Chuan. You have a bootloader config and to have the too many days located on the boot. Okay, got it. So then this should be up and running, at least I think. That means that the other volumes are no longer needed whatsoever. This one is still marked as deleting, which I think is very weird. But let's start this up again. I don't think that even worked. Yeah, there. Error. Does not have a volume attached at root. What? Did I apparently did screw this up. I think I need to do XVDA. Yeah. Detach. They're manually deleting that disk. XVDA worked for that person. So I attach it and I type /dev/x. Oh wait, no, not like that. XVDA. Oh, and that's it. Now I can start this up. Perfect. Oh, that worked. Just type XVDA. Yeah, now we wait for this to get an IP address and we should be all set. And then that's it. It's done. And it took roughly 40 minutes. That wasn't so bad, right? There's our IP address. We just connect to this thing now. SSH. And this'll take time because it's still booting up. So I gotta wait for that to finish. But then yeah. I think we're pretty good. Just gotta wait for this. Is it started at least? Yeah, it's running. I see a clone. Just waiting for this thing to let me SSH. But now once booted, check with df-h. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna write this here. After booting into the device, try df-h to see the remaining size. Alright, it's still not letting me SSH into it yet. It's just saying connection timed out repeatedly. It sometimes takes this long, so I'm not too concerned yet. But if it goes another minute or two, then I'll probably be concerned. And I think my security groups are the same. I didn't change them. Yeah, they're right. Is there something you use for SSH? I use just SSH. It's a Unix tool on Windows, and you get it through the git bash stuff. Yeah, and then create the AMI. Yeah, that's what I would want to do next. Uncun says, what are you doing at the moment? I was trying to resize oh man, so I don't know how long you've been watching for. I don't know what level of what are you doing that you want to hear, but I resized a volume on AWS, which was not as easy as it should be, and now I'm trying to make sure that it worked. And I don't seem to be able to. Yeah, I think I screwed this up. I can't SSH into this. 52, 36, 220, 54. Yep, this is not good. Not good. I pasted it right, yeah. Maybe it couldn't boot up. This volume should be attached. Yeah, it is. It's attached as the root. I can't connect. I can't. Has to contain the bootable OS image. I mean, it's possible that I screwed up the steps that copy this thing. Dev SDA1 indeed. Maybe I should try that out. No, it didn't. I don't think it worked for me before. Because that's what I had written in my notes, right? Yeah, SDA1 was there. I can't boot. Can you check on their SSH console? I've never actually used that before, so I could try it out. I just doubt that this is... I doubt that it's going to work. I don't think this... I mean, even the status checks aren't passing. It still says it initializing. Okay, let's stop this. What should I do then? I could attach... Okay, here's what I could do. I could detach this and then attach the... Oh, man. Can I... I didn't know if it had to do with it stopping. Is it still in the process of stopping or has it stopped? It's still stopping. I think that's why. Now it's stopped. So now I should be able to detach it. So I detached this. Yes. Then I attached this one, which I can't even do. Oh, because I had both of these selected. Then I attach this. I attach it to the instance that I have as XVDA. And can I boot into this machine now? Because if I can, then it means that at the very least, I was specifying where to mount this volume correctly. Okay, well, it's booting up. It'll get an IP address pretty soon. And then, come on, give me an IP address. Attach both fdisk, then set bootable flag M4GB. Oh, really? That's all it would take? I wonder why they didn't write that in these instructions, though. Alright, so I need to attach both volumes, then run fdisk and set the bootable flag on the 4GB volume. Oh, see ya, Echo. Oh, Linux itself doesn't care about bootable flags? Is that the issue? Wait, well, first, okay, let me use this IP address that I just got and SSH into this machine. Okay, so that worked. I'm in the machine, so then I definitely screwed up the 4GB volume. We can attach it and take a look at it. So let's attach this to here. And yes, EJ, it has. Here's 5 points. When using Reactor to require it in the gulp file, then pipe it into main.js. No, so ProSam, it works a little bit. It works differently from that. Let me show you. When you're using React in particular, the only thing you need, where did I put this? Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember how to do this. I can't focus on that right now. I got to get back to this thing. Sorry. I know I started to help and then said, nope, I'm just going to stop. ECF step. Yeah, I attached this thing, right? Does it help me? Okay. So, by the way, here's the disk that I want to use. This is the one I want to boot into. What am I supposed to learn by looking at this? Also, fdisk, how would I /dev/xvdf? So it searches boot partition by label. Wouldn't I want to mount XVDF and then look at the file system table on that drive instead? Also, yeah, so, can I mount XVDF somewhere? Is this even a, does that make sense? Can't find it. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing there. But, what I want to run is fdisk dev xvdf. So help toggle a bootable flag. So A, selected partition 1. Did it do it? What is? I mean, I toggled it 3 times at this point apparently. How do I just view that flag? Toggle, print this menu, list partition types, print the partition tables. Boot is star. Okay, let's quit without saving. And let's run that again and then see what it says. Boot is not star. So if I say A, now it's a bootable disk. And then I write it and then I try booting into it. I mean, this is, if what Spurtman said is true and this is going to disregard the bootable flag, then what I'm doing right now is pointless. But let's try it out. So I stop this. Yeah, I don't know if that flag is important. But in this case, I can detach the 4 GB volume already because it's not the root volume. Does EC2 provide a serial console? I don't think so. Has this thing stopped? No, not yet. I gotta wait for this to stop before detaching the root volume. And it takes its sweet time. Chocolate most? I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, but thank you for following. Fingers crossed. Yeah, if this works, that'd be great. So now I can detach this other volume, detach, and then I can attach this volume as /dev/xvda. Oops, no, like that. Oh man, okay, let's pick that. So it's been attached and now we could start it up. Great, let's try it out. And maybe it'll work, but probably not. So if it works, we'll know without even having to SSH into it because these status checks will finish. Instance status checks. It used to say initializing down here, now it doesn't. Why doesn't it? It says initializing up here. Whoosh. Can you reorder these columns? No. Yeah, so then oh, whoa, that worked. Oh, it worked. I have a public IP address. I just needed to set it as bootable. Wait, so this means I can SSH into it? No, wait, I had an IP address before. It was the status checks that never worked, right? Because otherwise I wouldn't have known that I couldn't SSH into it because I wouldn't have even gotten an IP address. Now it says initializing down here. And now this is the part where it didn't actually succeed before and still probably won't succeed. So I got excited for nothing. Maybe it'll just never pass, but I can still SSH into it and use it. I don't think they're going to do anything. Well, maybe I'll try this some other day. And yeah, maybe this was a big waste of time. Which is why I gave 5 points out to a certain naysayer. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. So setting bootable did not seem to matter. I wonder how they did this then. Did they comment on this at all down here? These. Seems like something interesting is available. Getting console output and rebooting instances. Instances, get system log. Wait, what? Where is get system log? Choose instances, select actions, instance settings. Oh, actions, instance settings. Get system log. All right, and while that's working, let me read the rest of this. Past. Wait, 9 months ago. Why did I see February 3rd on here? Huh. But people are commenting from 9 months ago. Maybe it was updated February 3rd. I don't know. And this didn't even print out a system log. Unless I'm supposed to be able to interpret this literal black box. I don't know. I think I screwed this up then. I don't think this can even connect to the volume. Alright. Well, let's get rid of everything then. Let's just stop this. So we'll terminate it. Try looking at a black box while it's rebooting. Yeah, this is too bad. So then this is available. We'll just delete this. I have the snapshot of the 4 GB instance, which I should probably also delete. And this is in use, but it shouldn't be in use. Detached. It's still terminating the other device. Huh. So yeah, I don't know why. I'll say this did not do anything. So in the end, I still didn't get this working. I wonder what I screwed up. I mean, in the tutorial, they say attach it back to, where is it here? Detach both volumes and attach the shrunken one to the old instance as your boot device. But they say it is SDA1. Like maybe that would have worked for me. It didn't seem like it. Yeah, maybe it was a combination. It was a combination of setting both that and the boot device to /dev/SDA1 instead of Okay, I get it. This was stupid. I'm stupid. This was a waste of time. I wasted your time there. Is everybody happy? Is everybody except for Adam happy? Where does the 8 GB partition start? I don't even know. I just deleted everything, so it's all gone. Let me go to that price calculator again. I'm still going to try this out at some point. Well, you probably learned something. I don't know. I don't know if I learned anything. Maybe I did. Okay, so we're going to do this. I'm going to just set that we have one 32 GB volume. How much would this cost? 10 cents. Wait, but 34 GB would cost what? 20 cents? So it's 5 cents per gigabyte month? I guess that's why I was told not to worry about this. It's because yeah, so they charge by the gigabyte month. I guess what that means is if I ever have 34 gigabytes, I get charged 20 cents even if I had it for a fraction of a second. And Lewis, that would be helpful, I think, but you don't have to do that. Don't worry. And I'm going to try to take a look at this. I don't think I have time tonight, and actually probably not the rest of this week. We have planned tonight. Tomorrow something's happening. Let me think about this. Am I part of these plans? I don't remember. You'll be living on the streets soon. It's all over. It's all over. So I wonder if this volume is worth keeping around, or if I should just delete this. I think I'm going to delete it. It really doesn't affect me very much. So yeah, let's delete it. Yeah, and I'll just run these steps again later. It didn't take very long. I mean, the actual typing and then doing stuff was maybe 5 minutes of time, despite that I padded it out because I wanted to make sure I was writing everything down and doing it correctly. So I spent like 2 hours on this problem, or 3 hours total at this point. But now I have no running instances. I have no EBS volumes, except for this, which has been marked as deleting for the longest time. I don't know. Can I delete it again? Like super delete it. I don't know it. He's addicted. Okay, so moving on. So I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this later. Okay, there. So let's close this. Close this. So on AWS, BL deploy user doesn't have user local bin in their path, but it does exist, right? So they can't do secure infra. And I can't, maybe there's another place I can deploy this. I really should have looked at the path. Someone needs to hit your hand with a ruler every time you try to save a penny. What an outdated disciplinary method. So, EJ, I have a question for you. If I start an AWS instance, is there and I have EC2 user as the default user, is there any way to set my path with it, I guess, like in a persistent way? Is this something you can even do on Linux? So I have, I guess I could just put this into, a profile of some sort, like a bash RC, and then upload that. Maybe that's what I should do. I don't know why I was opposed to doing this. You mean set the mvar? How would I do that? Because in, I set this. I make a script and I put it in user local bin, but unfortunately on AWS this is not in my path by default. So here's what I'm going to do. First of all, let's start an instance. Do I have anything running? No. So, and does ls actually work for that? It doesn't. So let's change it so that it does work. There. Per user settings or etc profile for, oh, interesting. Do something like, yes, interesting indeed. Thank you. So I'm going to document this in here. Let's go into OS's Debian. Reference is there, and for per user settings, edit profile, something like export path equals path something else. For global settings, edit etc profile. So then this is something that I should probably already have over here. More, let's see, profile. Aha. It does set it. So on, oh. Okay, well, let's see. I don't have any machines, so let's create the matchmaker. Yeah, there. I'm gonna get this running. I'm gonna test the failover stuff. We're gonna be in good shape. All right, see you later. No. All right, so the instance started up. I should be able to boot into it. Let's try this out. SSH AWS, great and great. Five minus 1 equals 5. That's clever, trying to get around that, but yeah. Do you have a transformer desk? Yeah. I can't even boot into this. Connection refused. Oh, so it's probably still being provisioned then. Or I copy pasted the wrong thing. Let's see. Why am I standing? I think it's better for my posture. I think a lot of people ask me that. I don't totally understand why. Okay, so if I were to do cat Etsy profile, oh, this actually has, path munge. They have a lot of stuff in here by default. I don't know what I... Service bin. So they have nothing in the path where binaries will try to be run? Then how is... Which node? Node is in user bin. So is that where I should have just put this? Instead of user local? Do I have that on Debian? User bin? I do. Is that user specific? So, wait, I don't think so. How do you get how many different things are in this? WC? So 1828. So let's try on an Atom user, ls/user bin WC 1828. No, I don't think it's user specific then. And yet things can be run from there. Maybe I should just copy paste things into there then. Although, what's responsible for checking the rest of this? Does this exist? It doesn't exist. Yeah, there's bash profile though. Path, home/bin. I guess I could copy it there. Is that in my path too, over here? Echo path, home/bin, yeah. Yeah, I could just put it there then, or in user bin. I think user bin makes more sense. Okay, let's do that. So let's put things in, instead of into local bin, we'll put it in just user bin. Putting things in user bin is not a good idea. Okay, that's what I was looking for. So now you should tell me, why is it not a good idea? Oh, because that's supposed to be managed by the OS. So here's the problem. I want to find a directory where I can put botland specific scripts. to be run by any user. Where would I put this? Or is there not a good location for this and I should do it per user? Because I'm fine with either way. Is there? Looked like there was something in my water. Maybe it's just this obnoxiously red light. Who did that? MCS Mike, I see. That was when I least expected it. Wow. Just modify path to whatever you need using a mechanism used to launch stuff. So I think the problem I have is this. Okay, so answer, just modify path. So the problem I have is I would probably edit something like profile or bash profile, but I want to use Ansible to do this. But Ansible could only copy a new file over or append to an existing one. Did my chair break? No. Home botland and adjust perms to allow all. But still, how would I add it to my path? The only way I can add something to my path, like how do I add it to my path using Ansible? I guess is what I'm wondering about. So imagine you have two actions. One is, actually imagine you have one action, copy file. How would you use this? And so one potential way you could do this is you could say, okay, this is my bash profile, and you could just say export path equals path : /home/ botland. Great, that would work. But then everything that used to be in the bash profile is now gone. And the issue is that what I have on here, so if I do more Etsy profile, I have this script, and on AWS I have some totally other script. And I probably want to keep whatever's there, but add a couple of lines that are different. This is why I use Chef and not Ansible. Puppet. Everyone's suggesting. Why do you need to modify path? So when I connect to a machine to manually test something out, then I want something to be in my path so that testing is easier. So like I've just connected to this machine, but I'm not the BL deploy user and I'm not in the right directory and there aren't the right things in my path. Like I want to be able to use PM2 wherever it is. I don't know what you're doing in the grand scheme of things. Maybe this doesn't matter. Yeah, it probably really doesn't matter. Because I could just do this. I could use user local bin infra and then source that. And that can do whatever it is I need to do. Like set any other paths. Line in file. What? I didn't know this was there. Wow. Points to you, Spurtman. That is pretty good. And yeah, Lewis, this is what I would need to do, but I need to make sure that I don't already have this in my profile if it's there. So I could either overwrite a profile that exists or yeah, so let's try this. Line in file. I did not know about this. So example, line in file dest regex. Wow, so I could set my path this way. Is this a good idea for me to do this? So first of all, what I want to do here, I want to do export path equals path. Well, on Amazon they have this path munge thing. What is that? Less path munge. They have what, after and before? Oh. Interesting. Oh, so they put these in different orders. That's why. And that's all pathmunge is supposed to do. Export path log name. So I want pathmunge to be there for either user before the end of the file. Although it'll already have been executed. Let's insert after. Default is EOF. Required no. I insert after the last match of specified regular expression. Special value is available EOF for inserting at the end of the file. A specified regular expression has no matches. EOF will be used instead. May not be used with backref. So if I specify insert after with nothing or EOF, so what command do I want here? I want something like this. Let's take this. So line and file, we're going to say dest equals etc profile, line equals export path equals path user local bin. We just provision with Ansible and overwrite bash profile. Yeah, and that's another option I have. And it's not a bad option. In fact, then I could probably put in whatever I want here. Yeah, maybe I'm doing this stupidly. What is the bash profile on Amazon? It's actually dead simple, huh? Home local bin, home bin, aliases and functions. How much does a light token cost? I'll just give you one. There's no way to buy them, that's why. There you go. Yeah, so let me make a bash profile then. I don't know why I was so opposed to doing this. So script, this will be our bash profile. Bash profile.sh. So here's what they have in theirs. We should probably just copy paste all of this and then add in just something else. We could set path to be more than this. We could set it to have slash user local bin colon node slash bin. It worked. Yep, you tricked me. Okay, so then let's also put a random function in here that'll just let me test to see if this definitely worked. That's not how you, wait, hang on. I have this, let me do this off screen for a sec. Because I have a bash profile, which by the way, I think I should save this. No, this is fine. So let's make a file, let's make a function, let's do all of this. Let's make all these aliases. What else do I want here? Source bash. That can be helpful. Oh, I don't have colorize though. So I'll have to do echo. Yeah, sure, that's great. Let's just keep it at that for now. So make a full bash profile. I know this bothers you. So these three things are actually incredibly useful, I think, because I can't tell you how many times I accidentally type a capital C or I have caps lock on or something like that. Dir and copy are not as important. In fact, these I could just get rid of. That's just fine. I just wanted to test this stuff out. So now let's commit this, check all this stuff in, try this out. So this is for setting up a matchmaker, and I think this code is good. Oh wait, there's one more thing I have to do, and that is the common scripts. So the common scripts are going to upload this, and can you put two copy tasks under the same thing here? Like, can I say, is this valid Ansible right now? Sure, it would copy the same thing twice, but is that valid? Let's go find out. Ansible copy module. Actually, that wouldn't help me find it. Ansible tasks. Hey, Fade. Fade, I added your quote. So, how do you specify? Can tasks have two things together? Do there need to be multiple names? Template and notify. That could be multiple. I can't tell though. No. Contains a list of tasks. They're executed in order, one at a time. Sounds like a task is one single unit of thing to do. So, yeah, I think I make just two of these. And yeah, Fade, they're landmines. The red ones are enemy landmines. The green ones are friendly landmines. And Seahor for you. Okay, so we just want to upload one more of these things. So upload CLS script and upload bash profile. So the bash profile is saved as bash profile with no space, but it's going to get uploaded to the home directory. So dast equals home dir. I don't know if that's even what it's called. I'd have to look at something else like install overseer. Where does this go? Home dir. Yeah, actually it's home dir. Home dir slash dot bash profile. So that's what it should look like. Yep. CLS is just to do that special echo command. This. So I never remember, I've never even bothered trying to remember these numbers. I don't think I've ever typed it by hand. But yeah, this is something that I need to use since I stream. So for example, in CMD, if I type something like echo hi, and then I scroll down, if I type CLS and press enter, there is no scroll back buffer anymore. And that's what I want out of SSHing into a machine, and I don't get that unless I echo that particular command. Does it need to be 0600 or other restricted firms? I don't think this should matter too much. But I could make it 0600. Actually, it has to be executable, right? So 6 is, I always forget the order of the bits. ls-al. So it's read, write, execute. So read and execute, yeah. Yeah, I could. Wait, no, it's read and write, not execute. So I think I want read and execute, which is 5. I think, yeah, 500 is okay. Clear also clears scrollback if your terminal supports that. Oh, does it? No, it doesn't. I wonder if this is something that needs to be in quotes. I don't actually know. And no, I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay, and these things could be 500 as well. I guess I'm never going to be changing them. Although actually, no, I think 555 is fine. because anyone can use this. Same thing with the infra script. I don't think this is actually doing anything important. Right, CD into a thing, set the path, make sure I'm BL deploy. You don't purchase a light token. It's not something I ever coded. Which may also explain screwy HTOP you have, yeah. Yep, that probably does. Okay, so setting this up so that, where was it? Common scripts, that's not it though, it's this. And this will just make 555. All right, so then the bash profile I'm uploading, I have that now. That's now going to be put in upload common scripts. So I'll have the bash profile. Let's check all of this in and then try it out. So pollbot and infra, we change the mode. We have this. So a bash profile is now placed on the target machine when installing via Ansible. That's one check-in. Now we need to make one more check-in before we push, which is the AWS tool can now install matchmakers. Wait, I did that a little too hastily. No, I didn't. I don't really care. we're just gonna keep trucking. So good. Now from the Debian box that I had here, so I'm still good. Now we do a git pull. Good. Go back into Ansible and run. Actually, we can't do this yet. We need to edit hosts, and we need to set the host to the correct thing. What's the IP address of this? 5237. 5237.164.55. All right, let's copy that into here. Good. So I should have a matchmaker running by the time I do this. Let's try it out. Hope it works. Here goes nothing. MD5 sum. Destination directory BL deploy does not exist. Yeah, that's right. I can't use the home dir here because upload common scripts can only be done once I have created the user. So this needs to be done second. That's all. So install matchmaker. So we just had to fix this. Change the order of installing endpoints so that common scripts are created after the BL deploy user has been created. How do I get the volume of a cylinder? Isn't it pi r squared h? Because a cylinder is just an extruded circle. So it's the area of a circle times the height of the cylinder. Okay, so we need to rerun this. Let's do git pull. Cool, cd ansible. Great, so I think this will work. Create, good. All right, so now we can switch into this user. Let's run screen. And then let's do sudo su bl deploy. And now I should have in my bash profile, I should be able to type cd. Darn it, didn't work. Does my bash profile even have? Uh-oh. Well, I can't even. Oh, right, I'm in the wrong directory. Wait, but am I? Something's wrong here. CD should exist. I set, yeah, there it is. It's an alias. So what, this didn't run? Am I not in bash right now? No, I'm in bash if that happened. What does this mean then? So let me source my bash profile. Source bash probably doesn't work. Yeah, but if I actually manually source it, I bet everything's gonna be fine now. So now I do cd test and it should say, yep, test doesn't exist. So then this did not source my bash profile. I wonder how to get this to work. Maybe I just run bash. I do? I can't. Yeah, I don't know. Bash only runs bash profile on login. Oh, so switch user is not considered a login. Okay, no, that's important to know then. Switch user. When none is specified, you'll switch to root. So FYI, this probably does not perform a login, meaning if you switch. So wait, why was I in bash RC runs always? That's not the case on these machines though. On my local machines, if I am, so I'm currently running as Adam and I'm in bash. And now I do sudo su bl deploy. I type my password and now I'm not in bash. In fact, I'm not in any meaningful shell because even backspace doesn't work. I have to control H the text if I want to. So that's what I don't understand. How was I even on AWS? It looked like I'm in bash. I'm definitely in bash. I know that, but I didn't source my profile. Okay, so anyway, this is not perform a login, meaning if you switch users, you will need to source your shell's profile, e.g. source bash profile, or just run your shell again, e.g. bash. Okay, so then we can just do that. Maybe permissions are too tight. I don't think that's the case because I could source it correctly. And the other thing I could do here is I could just go back to, I can go back to this user. So sudo su bl deploy. Now I'm that user. I don't have access to the cd command, but if I just do bash here, oh, it still doesn't work. What? This should be an alias. Maybe if I run that. Yeah, I still have to source my bash profile. Darn it, this is what I wanted to avoid. Bash dash login will start a shell in a login shell mode. Which will what? Source your profile for you? So first I switch into that user, sudo su bl deploy. Now I don't have cd, I do bash dash login, and I'm supposed to get cd? Yes, I have it, okay. Oh, I didn't know about that. Is that, where's type? Type is a shell built in. Interesting. Okay, yeah, definitely learning a lot. So should I put bash here under this? Maybe I should. This is probably overkill. In fact, I probably already have it here somewhere. Do I? No, I don't see bash there. Would I have put it under coding? I have batch under coding, but no bash. Let's keep that under OS's. So type is a shell built in that will tell you if something is an alias. Type cd. Both sudo and su have flags which control the environment over process they start. Brower, I'm in CMD running SSH into a VM that's running Linux where I have access to all these commands. So yeah, power of SSH, that's what that's all about. Okay, well then I just want to do bash dash login. what would this say if I were to? Make bash act as if it had been invoked as a login shell. See invocation. Invocation. A login shell is one whose first character or argument 0 is a dash. Interactive shell is one started. So when bash is invoked as an interactive login shell or as a non-interactive shell with a login option, it first reads and executes commands from etc profile, then bash profile, then bash login, and profile in that order. Okay. I thought this was like an ex-employee Windows with Linux commands. So if bash is invoked with the name sh. Okay. So I'm going to quit out of that and type this in. Starts a bash shell by invoking / profile the various profiles you may have, e.g. etc profile, bash profile. This is useful when you don't want to do source bash profile. When you don't want to source all of those profiles manually. Okay, so I can do, and the shortcut for this I guess is bash-l. So I can do bash-l. Yeah. All right, so then we're kind of good to go here, I guess. So from the beginning, I do this, sudo su vl deploy bash-l, and now I have everything in my bash profile that I need, so I could do something like source bash if I feel like it. Yeah, great. So what I want is an infra function in there, which could check to see if I'm the user who I want to be. Or maybe, actually I could just run infra now. Yeah, which means I could source that file. So infra doesn't need to exist any longer. I'm not going to even bother with this right now. This is, yeah. Get rid of the infra script now that I'm using bash profile. Okay, so then we can test this out. So then this is done. Set up a bash profile. Okay. Get rid of the infra script. So if an endpoint can't connect, it needs to keep trying. Test all this on Linux. I'm going to just cancel this. Test all this on AWS. Okay, so let's start up an overseer. So what do I have right now? I have a matchmaker. So let's look at the help. We have create overseer 1. Now we need the IP address of that. And we also need to possibly, although probably not actually, do a git pull here. No, we don't. Okay. And that also means that this should be running. So I should have PM2 in my path, and PM2 log should show that a matchmaker started. It did. Here it is. Interesting. So we can PM2 kill that. Then I can use this to get the IP address of the new overseer. I've got it. And then connect to that, SSH AWS. And then over here, modify my host file so that there's an overseer marked by that IP address. And that's it. Kind of. I just need to wait for this thing to work. So once I'm done with this, I'm just waiting for it to connect. Once it's done off screen, I can put it back on screen and then get back to testing this. And then that's it. Then we're done. Then once the stream stops, or maybe I just do this on stream to bother everybody, maybe I will try downsizing an AMI again. Everyone's favorite task. All right, here we are. So we're in this machine. Let's instantiate everything. So we run Ansible just like this. And okay, cool. Yeah, we're in business. Try using sudo IU BL deploy instead of sudo su. What would that help me do? Sudo -I is login. Login the shell specified by the target user's password. Oh, and then -u is the user. Interesting. Yeah, I should try that out. So right now I'm EC2 user. Let's log out and quit that thing and try this. Sudo -IU BL deploy. And now what? I have CD? I do. You're a genius, Spurt man. Okay, this is a much better command. So we need to document this all over the place. Document this all over. Have it in OneNote in a few places. This will log in as the user. Wait, what did I read here? -I, simulate initial login. This will switch to the user and simulate an initial login as the user, meaning you'll get your bash profile sourced. Hooray. Okay, so back to here. Everything was okay. So we got everything should be installed, and then these things should be running. So if I do the same thing, sudo -IU BL deploy, everything should be. Now I need to source infra and then PM2 logs, and the overseer should be starting. Oh, this is bad. It's updating DNS constantly. Yeah, that's not good. Let's kill this. Yeah, that's really not good. The overseer is promoting itself to master constantly. Why is it doing that though? Promoting self to master, updating DNS. Overseer server, promoting self to master. But if it is the master, then just return. So it must not be. Well, something's wrong. Those IDs.master. Something's very wrong here. In fact, this even happened locally. If I just run this here, it's going to do the same thing. Promoting self to master. Promoting self to master. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Let's find out why by doing that. It should say 2, but it's saying 0, 0, 0. Oh, I must have made a typo somewhere. Oh, it must be in here. Oh no, that should have been not equals. Alt R. Oh, that was stupid. So stupid. I should have noticed this was happening too. Okay, well, we fixed it, so let's check that in. Fix all of these bugs. Why are there 2 lines that are changed though? Oh right, this shouldn't be checked in. Okay. Fix the bug where I was never changing the master state of the overseer because I made a typo. Okay, so I'll just need to re-push all of this stuff out It actually should be... Oh wait, I don't even need to do that. I just need to rerun. Okay, hang on, let's kill this stuff. So kill this. PM2 kill. PM2 kill, that was done. And then just rerun this. I don't even need to pull again. And this should go pretty quickly too. And we could run PM2 logs over here while we're waiting for this. So this thing should start up soon. Very soon, probably about 10 seconds or less. Don't you make a fool out of me, Amazon. Don't you do it. Oh, there it goes. As soon as I click back to the other tab. Okay, so this is started. It should only promote itself once now. Good. Then this thing... Uh-oh. Oh, that's why. I'm logged in the machines in a different order than I expected. So this should start up the matchmaker, which it should have done before as well. So now we wait. It's still running. There it goes. Matchmaker started. It should connect, and it should figure out that it is the master matchmaker. It has not done that. Why is everything failing? Registering with the overseer. HTTP overseer.bot.land 8080 register. That should be right. Let's start up a new thing and do ping overseer.bot.land 10.0.0.4. So if I do curl overseer.bot.land 8080, what happens? What? Nothing happens? That means I must have screwed up my security groups? There is so much to get right here. So I should have two instances running. Yep, we have them both. And one of these is the overseer, which I'll know by the tag. This is the matchmaker, so then this one has to be the overseer. Good. Okay, so this is the overseer, and it's got security groups set. How do I view all of these? Oh, this is terrible. I just want to expand this column. There are 0 pixels which will let me do that. So fine, let's go to description. I have... Oh, that's the problem. The matchmaker allows traffic from matchmakers on 3000 and everything on 8080. The overseers need the same thing. Yeah, so I just need to add a rule here. Add rule, custom TCP 8080, and custom IP is, where's matchmaker? SG-CB50E5. That, yes, perfect. Save. Now everything should work. We're gonna get this. So this is the overseer, just failing constantly. And when I curl this again, it should work. It worked. We did it. We did it. Okay, so now PM2 kill. Can't do that because I'm not whatever I need to be. Oh, I'm running this in a different thing. Yeah, PM2 kill. Oh, E timed out. Unhandled rejection. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. PM2 start, PM2.json, and PM2 logs. PM2.json not found. That's actually a very easily solvable problem. We go into the matchmaker and run the same command. Okay, should contact the REST server. It's using 192.168.120. Oh, because you shouldn't be able to override it if you're on Amazon. Darn it, I thought I coded that. Oh, I did code that. But PM2.json says is AWS is false. Should never ever do that. Okay, let's change that. True. Overseer REST URL. None of the other stuff should matter. So now we can just run this again. And I think it needed to have been killed. Am I throwing the old computer off the roof? I'm not actually sure what I'm going to be doing. REST server listening. Registering with the overseer. Error not found. That means that this thing returned with not found. External IP address found for an internal API. This isn't external. We're going to get it right. We're going to get it. So REST server.js, there's a shared thing to make sure that we only have internal traffic, and it does this nonsense. That's a waste of time. Because the IP address was this, which is internal, but it's an IPv6 address encapsulating an IPv4 address. So we either do the conversion or we check to see if the address starts with this, which is probably not a good idea. I think we should just do a conversion. Okay, well, then let's do that. Network util. There's convert to IPv4. I guess we also make a function like is internal IP address. Does IPaddress.js have something in here to help me with this? Where did I get this from? Where did I get this from? What? I just downloaded this yesterday. Oh, IP dash address? Oh. Is this even it? No, this isn't it. Let's look at package.json. It's IPadder.js. That's why. Use your old computer for non-botland Let's DevOps stream. Yeah, I'm sure people would want to watch me do that. I hardly know Linux. Is this it? Hey, this is much nicer. Where's their GitHub page, though? Where is their GitHub? I mean, this is all coming from GitHub. Why is it so hard to find this? Actually, package.json should have it in it. It doesn't. Wait, that one doesn't. What am I talking about? It should be... Wait, what is just a file? Aha! Thought you could hide from me, but I found it. Right there. We just copy paste this in, get rid of that garbage around it. Good. Yeah, I got it. I did the world's easiest task in the most roundabout way. So is there anything here for internal addresses? No, I can just do this myself then. I guess we can convert to an IPv4 address, which it should already be in, and then just make sure on the IPv4 address that it starts with this, which means I don't need a new function. So I get rid of that, and I... It starts with 10 dot, or it's equal to that. So yeah, let's do cons remote as IPv4 equals, so I need network util in here. Let's get network util from shared networking. Yeah, network util. There's no ing on it. IPv4 address is going to be network util dot convert, and we're going to take the remote address, and then we're going to check if as an IPv4 address it starts with 10 dot, or if the remote address starts with : : 1, or if it equals : 1. Yes. So by saving this, I think I'll have fixed the server. Fixed a bug where internal IP addresses that were... Wait a second, what does that mean? That means that Amazon is using IPv6, by default. This is perfect. Fix the bug where internal IP addresses. Oh wow, thanks for the follows. I don't know if those both just happened now. You guys will get a whisper from Botlad pretty soon. Wait, no you won't, because I think the bot is broken. Yep. It only thinks there are 13 people in chat. Are either of them you? Actually, yes, one of them is. Oh, but one of the people who followed me just left. Alright, I don't know. I'll just restart the bot. Maybe it'll kick off some of these. Although earlier that didn't help. So here we fixed this so that fixed about our internal IP addresses that came in as IPv6 were never being considered internal. So the REST server for the overseer was rejecting traffic on AWS. Cool. Probably follow to find me later. Yep. All right, so we push this. Now we just deploy one more time. Just one more time. So these things have been killed. We can just run PM2 logs on both of these. Okay, this is when you just type it out, I guess. All right, so which one of these was the overseer? This one. So then this one's going to start up first, assuming this stuff worked. Yeah. How does Bitbucket provide their service for free? They gave me a private repository. Okay, so this started up. So now the only thing we have to wait for is for the matchmaker to start up. Come on. You can do a matchmaker. It's going to happen. There it is. Oh, wow, it worked. It got that it's the master. Oh, except for what's this thing doing? This thing looks like it's failing over and over. Promoting self to master. Oh wait, no, that was actually fine. Updating DNS, updating DNS. So it should have updated DNS for the registered endpoint, which I don't even see anything written about that. Yeah, what's going on here? REST server listening. Error on talking to other overseer. That's fine. This registration happened, but I don't see anything else that took place here. That probably means there was a bug. The only reason you use Bitbucket over GitHub is the free private repos. Yeah, I was just wondering how it's free. Yeah, they hope you eventually pay. I guess so. You need private repos for closed source projects. If it's a public repo, then that means everyone has access to your code. And I don't want everyone to have access to Botland code despite that I stream it. I'm such a hypocrite. Because I'm not a hypocrite. I only am if I say that everyone should code open source. Okay, so something's probably failing in here. This got a response, so actually that's impossible. It has to have gotten to this line, which means I'm not seeing log calls, which is very strange. Am I not running in a screen here? I'm apparently not. Screen. Cannot open your terminal. Never seen that before. What's going on here? BL deploy. What? Can I? Okay. I can screen there apparently. So sudo hiu bl deploy. Yeah, now I have access to the screen. That was weird. I have to make a command that does that. Okay, so I've connected over here. I've got both these things running. Let's go into the botland infra thing, and over here I'll just run PM2 logs. This is just gonna keep timing out. I just don't understand how this could happen though. If I open up vim server.js, so the place where I send the response JSON, where is this? Oh no, I'm in the wrong file. REST server is what I want to be in. This right here. It got to here somehow. It's just not doing logger.info correctly. Doesn't make any sense. Let me just restart these things. Or this failed? No, this didn't fail. Okay, yeah, let's just restart everything. So we'll change this false to true. And same thing over here. PM2 kill. Vim pm2.json. True. Cool. Did I kill both these? I don't remember, and it doesn't hurt to do this a second time. So now I start this up. PM2 start pm2.json and PM2 logs. Okay, great. So this is where I was before. All that stuff is fine. Now when I start the same thing over here, PM2 start pm2.json and PM2 logs, this should connect and it should print something out. There, whoa, what? Get server URL is not a function. This stuff didn't happen before. Get server URL is not a function. Okay, close out of this. Promoting self to master. Oh, PM2 killed it. Oh, that's why. Oh, so if I scroll up far enough, I should see that exception, but that, no, I don't. Well, whatever. Get server URL. Where is this bug? Get server URL. It's not called get server URL. When was it ever called that? Let me check the commit where I made that change. I don't believe that I... So it was today that I did that. So this... Did I change this? Where's endpoint? Get REST URL already existed. And what is the code in particular that's failing here? It is REST client in the overseer. Yeah, REST client. Get server URL. Yeah, it was this commit. What did this used to say? It must have been in this file. Get REST URL. Yeah, I just took this out and wrote it as get server URL. Just get blamed as you touch the code lab. So wait, I would be able to do overseer, there's REST client, get blame, REST client. Yep, we certainly do know who. Okay, well, that doesn't matter. Not for right now. And yeah, thank you, Spiritman. Okay, so this just should have been get REST URL. So let's change it. And then let's check in. And then let's try this again. And just keep going and going and going. Fixed a bug where I was trying to call the get server URL function, which didn't exist. I meant to type get REST URL. We need to go on a witch hunt. Track them down. Bake them away. Alright, PM2 kill, PM2 kill. Just run this again. Which thankfully I can rest easy doing this, knowing that the traffic I'm doing is only outgoing traffic. So I am spending very, very little No one needs to hit my hand with a ruler. Okay, I'm gonna let both of these things start up, and we should see this totally work. I hope. There we go. Sets up DNS, perfect. Then it waits for the matchmaker to connect to it, and then hopefully does not run into an error this time. Come on. There it goes. Perfect. Operation timed out. Yeah, perfect. Wow, good. So it updated DNS, and now if I close this down, now it should fail the health check. So I'm going to press enter over here, and now it should say that it failed. Yep, and immediately said it. Health check for master matchmaker version 1.0.0 failed. Removing them from our data structures. Great. Hey, Montagical. All right, so the thing left to test, because this stuff doesn't ever end. So yeah, where I left off, actually let's just write this up here. I made sure that a single overseer and a single matchmaker could work together. There are still some bugs, e.g. the matchmaker only ever tries connecting once. And there was some other issue, right? If an endpoint can't connect, yeah, this is that issue. So there's this. This is what I'm going to start at the top of tomorrow. Overseer promoting itself to master constantly. That was fixed, actually. Get rid of infra. Yeah, so that's good. Document flow, consider. Yeah, so that's it, actually. The master. There is still the bug at the top of my to-do list about the matchmaker only connecting once. Once I fix that bug and test it, I need to try a 2 overseer plus 2 matchmaker setup to make sure replication is happening and failover is working. And I need to make sure, yeah. Gonna have to catch the VOD this time, yeah. 2 questions. How do you make the checkboxes and also the pink text? There is the same answer to both of those questions. It's just plain tasks in Sublime. And apparently the command I typed is not actually a command. Sublime. Let's put to do. There. Yeah, and then once you've done that, you can just do new document. So press enter, and there. Now you can just, anything that ends in a colon is a project, and you can just hit control enter to make a task. Task 1, you can mark it as created at a certain time. Task 2, you could say it's critical or high priority or something like that. And you can mark them as done with a shortcut, and it'll actually tell you how long it took you to do them. So if this thing said I started it at 4:50 and I hit done, it'll say, oh wait, no, it started. Sorry, hang on. So you do S tab, and then when you mark it as done, if it had a started tag on it, then it says it lasted less than a day. Actually, it does have a nice tutorial. There's a video of me going through that tutorial. It made one person laugh. Seems like botland.net is down. Really? No, it's not down for me. Also, don't forget, bot.land refers to exactly the same server. That's why I just love color changing stuff. It seems like my bot has totally failed me. It says Odin in chat. No one. Oh, it actually knows of everyone in chat. Huh, maybe it was whispering people then. Hang on a sec. Yeah, it did. My bad, working now. Yeah, Botland and Botland.net are the same. Botland.net I bought for a lot of money, in my opinion, a long time ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. And so when we were trying to come up with a name for this game, because Ian and I had worked on a prototype for this that was under a different name. When we tried to come up with a public-facing name, I said, well, I already spent a ton of money on botland.net. And yeah. There's our nicknames for a moment on the stream. Wait, well, where? Did I? I don't remember where. What is a lot of money in your opinion? Well, if you were to just generically ask me that question, I'd probably say like 100 or more. So yes, I paid more than 100 for it, which for a domain name is, I think, a lot. Ooh, okay, well, thank you all for sticking with me this far. I think I'm gonna find someone to host. I feel like I've done a lot today. Maybe it's because I got lunch at 2 p.m. and normally I get it earlier. Let's see who I can host. We got Binny. We got. No, maybe I won't host anybody. Or I could play a game. Wonder what I should do. Yeah, coffee kills. Is it you who gave me the idea? All right, yeah, I think I'm just gonna get going. So, thanks everyone for watching. Maybe I'll host, or no, sorry, not host. Maybe I'll play Hearthstone. But if I play Hearthstone, I'm gonna make a new stream for that. So I'm gonna turn this off no matter what. And I may or may not be online afterward. We'll see. But all right, take care, everyone. Thanks for watching. Bye.